Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Since I am late, let's catch up on messages first, and then I will be more than happy to read these placards, shall we? Welcome on in to both Gordogoku and User11. Good to see both of you. I hope you both are doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you both enjoy your stay. Let's see. Congratulations on being first, User11. Much appreciated. Gordogoku says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Coin." Good afternoon. You have to say that you love my content. Man after my own heart. Thanks. You have many other streamers, but you're the nicest. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gordogoku says you have 18 more taluses before you get the medal. Sure beats the 75 you had to do the other day. Nice. Yeah, 18 to 75 is like a 5-fold difference, which is really, really good. That's really good. Before we get started, why don't we take a moment to play the camera minigame and, of course, check out our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. I would, of course, or I should say, this is the smallest way I have to give back to everyone. So if you guys want your names here on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, gotta chuck change at me in the form of a $2 donation or more, or the purchase or continuation of any subscription membership, whether that be Twitch or Coffee or whatever. While I do not have any Patreon patrons at this time, I do want to thank people who used that platform last year. It really means a lot. I would like to take an opportunity to thank Just Me Carly 917 for their Prime Gaming subscription, and most likely Shine, or Mr. Shiny as we know him, for his Tier 1 Thunder tier subscription. Please do enjoy all of the benefits and privileges of that of those memberships, of those subscriber tiers, including but not limited to an extra vote on vote items, sweet emotes in the case of the Tier 1, removal of ads for the viewing experience, etc., etc. I hope you guys enjoy that. I would like to take the moment to thank, or continue to thank, Mr. Rasby the Player for his continued Valkyrie tier membership. I do hope you enjoy all of the benefits and privileges that come along with your membership, good sir. And finally, I would like to also continue to thank User11 for their $5 donation during this month's cycle. While it doesn't come with perks, I do appreciate you supporting me directly, out of the goodness of your heart during this month's cycle. I mean that. It's another day that the bank account gets to stay open and the lights keep spinning. Speaking of, let's do the recap and catch up on chat again. User 11 says, "Hi, Mr. Coin." Hello, good to see you. I hope things have been going smoothly for you. User 11, you've come in right at the beginning, as you usually do. We're just about to go over the recap, and thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. So last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we went and started clearing up Addison signs. We still have more of those to do, of course, but we're going to take a break from that today. I feel that that's kind of boring to watch. I want the Addison cycle to kind of be a done deal. Now, if I see one today, I am going to do it, but today is largely side quests, side adventures, the continuance of showing off extra spots, killing gloom hands, all that fun stuff. User 11 says you'll be right back, just going to make a sandwich. Very well. Hope that goes smoothly for you. Enjoy your sandwich, in case you eat it. Nothing like good strong drink and good company. Yeah, that's more or less what we're like, what our goal today is and what happened last time. We mostly focused on flying around, doing Addison signs. Toward the end of the stream, we did like come here and like look at these tablets, but that's really about it. I've also fiddled around with off camera, and I found that location. I found the location that we needed to check out. That's going to be up here. And we're going to start off the stream by going out to see this. We just need to read the translations. We don't need to actually take a picture of the tablets. Just read what it says. Just literally read what the head, what was his name again? Taro. Just read Taro's writings and then report back to the quest giver. Gordu Goku says, that's great. Good job. Yeah, I kind of found it while looking around in here. Let's see if I can't in fact, I passed by it several times. It's this right here. This was a tablet. We literally passed by several times. The stone slab at the large ring ruin. Some translation notes. The Demon King, vast power, no hope, victory, king's own life, managed, imprison him. Imprison not indefinitely. Prepare demon revival. We sages must leave our knowledge future generations. Reading between the lines, this stone slab seems to be a record of how the king in those days challenged the Demon King. If you had to extrapolate the meaning, I'd guessed something like this. The reigning king determined that they were no match for the Demon King and gave his own life to imprison the threat. The sages tried to leave something for the people of the future who would have to prepare for the Demon King's revival. All right, we can get rid of that lovely stamp. Welcome back, User 11. Hopefully everything went smoothly with your sandwich, if you don't mind.
You have guests.
Welcome on in Nomi XO and their wonderful party of raiders. Thank you so much for that replenishing like raid. Yes, please do give Nomi a shout out. But good to see everyone. My name is Coin. Welcome on in to the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Nomi, how was your stream? How was your stream? How did the what were you guys doing? If and you don't mind my asking. Of course, if you need to like cut and run, if you need to cut and run, you know, like go do other real life things, that's also fine. You know, your wonderful audience, I'm sure, will be more than happy to fill me in. But if you don't mind my asking, what were you guys playing? You guys have literally just come in at the beginning of the stream. We were clearing up a quest. We were trying to read some stone tablets. Nomi said, Nomi XO. I'm gonna call you Nomi if that's all right. Nomi says was pretty good. Nice. We were playing. You guys were playing Animal Crossing. Awesome. New Horizons, right? That Animal Crossing. Let me scan all the messages from earlier because that was quite a that was, you know, quite an event. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin. Greetings. Greetings to Mr. Jason and Miss Carly. Good to see both of you. Hope you both are doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Along with, you know, I hope your stay in Nomi's stream was good. Mr. Jason says, you've brought Nomi, the TCC's 50th verified streamer, with you today. Nice. Nice. I trust you guys are up to some good, clean jokes, too. Thank you for the shout out on that, Mr. Jason. Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Jason. I've not forgotten. Nomi says, yeah, new update came out today. The 3.0, right? Mr. Jason has been telling me loads about it. How is the update? Is it good? You know, whether it's Switch 1 or Switch 2, I know both the consoles are getting the update, just not everything on it if you're a Switch user. I've heard good and bad about it. Gordo Goku says, oh, they must have taken it out. You had to send into a box in the circle. Your game is great. I think that might be somewhere. I think that might be another part of the main quest. Gordo Goku says, since I have you, my TV, on the TV, you could chat here. Awesome. Awesome. Nice to see you over on the purple platform, Mr. Gordo Goku. Nomi says, well, you're only just starting out on your island, so you got to do a big grind. Yeah, Animal Crossing New Horizons is a big, big grind. Big grind. My sibling tells me about it sometimes. Mr. Jason also tells me about it. And yes, as Mr. Jason has just so nicely pointed out, I am considered the Troll Castle Challenges, the TCC. That's what we call it. I am considered the executive president, or as we now know that position to be, just the president. Nice to see you. I've been working hard to roll out a ton of proposals that will hopefully help the TCC in the long run. You and I might not talk all that often in the TCC's capacity, but I do hope, Nomis, that I will be able to talk to you in a more personal one later. I should make sure I've done you the good service and followed your channel, or follow your channel, excuse me. So I went ahead and done that. Just gotta click off of this. Oh, yeah, of course this would happen. I have to do this funny thing. Wow, operating with my left hand sure is easy. Mr. Jason says, in that regard, Mr. Quine, Vice President Carly shared a second proposal with you via DM. Yeah, I got caught up cleaning up. So I got caught cleaning up, so I wasn't able to come back until after the meeting was over. But I'm glad that people said things today. Truly, I am. I'll be taking a look at those intermittently and in piecemeal via break, like during the commercial breaks that we take around here. Mr. Jason says, oh, no, good sir, an entirely new proposal? Ah, I see. I feel like my sound's coming in kind of quiet. Okay, it's coming in fine. I don't know what's going on. I'm glad you think it's impressive. I'm looking forward to reading the proposal when you send it my direction, Mr. Jason. I feel like something is... Yeah, there we go. Nomi says, thank you. Gotta run and make dinner, but it was nice to meet you. No problem, Nomis. Thank you again for the raid. And I do hope that I see you sooner rather than later, Nomis. But it was nice to meet you. If I don't see you again, for whatever reason, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're very much going to be moving on to get this last tablet that's over here, which I think you might have to ascend for, or else work your way around. For those of you from Nomi's, from Nomi's stream that maybe we're just kind of lurking along, and you're more than welcome to continue to lurk. Hi, my name is Coin. I am a action, adventure, and RPG enthusiast. That is what I'm known for across the red and purple apps that's Twitch and YouTube. I am known for playing RPGs of all stripes. ARPGs, CRPGs, JRPGs, FRPG. Well, if I ever get Claire Obscure, it would be, you know, FRPG. You get the idea. But let's just do this so we can stop time moving. If there's an RPG out there, I've probably seen it, heard about it, played it, or even played it on this channel. Probably. I've also played some other stuff, such as Stanley Parable or Doki Doki Literature Club. I've done a few other things too, but in large part, RPGs and action adventure games are my bread and butter. So if you like that sort of stuff, if you like the impressive audience of spinsters, such as Mr. Jason, or if he shows up, Mr. Shiny, or other people as well. If you like popsicle stick, slapstick, dad jokes, or the smallest bit of dark and dirty humor, you'll like the channel. You won't be hearing those jokes from me, but you will be hearing them from the lovely audience, which could also include you guys. There is a counter underneath me. If I might put your eyes there for a second, that's the jokes and puns counter. If people make jokes, I will either give them, and we find it funny, or it is generally funny. I'll either give you one of these, or one of these, or some other laugh or applause track. I'll give you one of those, and then I'll increment the counter, like so. I'll go ahead and do that. That's just a test demonstration. So if this is the type of atmosphere,
Batman is the scum of the earth.
Thank you for the redemption, Gordo Goku. Much appreciated. Yeah, that's something else you guys can do while you're here is as you accumulate channel points, you'll be able to look where the power-ups and rewards are in the chat panel. I have check-ins, which are color-coded blue. I have random soundboard stuff, which is pink. I have Twitch default channel rewards, which are color-coded black. And you can ask me or have me do something, which is color-coded purple. You get a rate of 220 channel points per hour, roughly, and more if you continuously watch the stream. You get more for watch streaks and for raids. Mr. Jason says, has your keyboard cooled down yet, Mr. Coin? Oh, definitely. It's definitely cooled down. It's had an hour to cool down, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I type a lot. I type a lot. I write a lot. I'm constantly manipulating files all day. I just wish I were getting paid to do it. Gordo Goku says, LOL, that's funny.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Sorry about that. I accidentally yanked the headphones out, which I kind of figured would happen. So in that case, I am going to refresh the hat timer. So now I'll be wearing that for a full 5 minutes. User 11 says, well, not the best time redemption. Oh, it's fine. I just need to pull this closer. I have a little table station for I have a little table station that contains notebooks. I've put my hats on it and forgot to move the hats back. I had moved my table station for like spring cleaning and I never got that done. I never finished, so that's why that little snafu happened. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin and the good old classic tit for tat. Oh, don't you start. Oh, please. I am begging you to, like, so that we don't have more Cockney rhyming slang. Gordo Goku says, LOL, funny things on here, but you won't press anymore, so you distract from the stream. But funny. Fair. That's up to you. Feel free to do it or don't. The person who gets distracted, whether or not I'm distracted is up to me, not you. That's just a little bit of a mantra I carry from my challenge running days when I used to play Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring. You know, I put the features up there for people to use. Just throwing that out there. The stone slab at the eastern ring ruins. Some translation notes. Wind, flame, water, lightning, and time. Light.
Sex.
Gordu Goku says stupid autocorrect. Yeah, I get your point, Gordu Goku. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just cleaning up these tablets for a trip through history side quest, and then we'll be moving on to other stuff. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, tomorrow will be a really good day. You have a Mango Misu ACNH stream that you hope to attend with Carly, and then you are due to receive a delivery of your copy of the Animal Crossing of the Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition and a Hotel Chocolat delivery that costs more than the game. Of course. Of course. It costs more than the game. That is such a wild sentence to hear, that the chocolate comes more... costs more than the game does. Mr. Shiny says you checked in just in time. You sure did. Mr. Shiny says, did the stone tablet have anything in common with sex? No, no sex.
Sex.
No Erdtree suck.
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
And no succubi with scantily clad clothes and leather whips. None of those, I promise. Who holds the power? Secrets.
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
Thank you for that redemption. Mr. Jason says, not by much though, good sir. The game is £54.99 and the chocolate is £59.90. Yeah, a little bit less than $5. Or, yeah, just like 9 pence less than £5. There we go. And that person dwell within, power, amplify, great might, display. The thrust of the message on this slab is about something called secret stones. Those who held powers such as wind, flame, water, lightning, and light and time amplified them with secret stones. They used the stones to attain great might to accomplish their goals. That's what I'm guessing it would say if we could read the whole thing. Ah, yeah, that one must have been more damaged than the rest. Why don't we head back, tell the guy about our finding, and go from there. Mr. Jason says also, yes, apologies for the delay. No worries. Mr. Shiny says, wait, secret stones? Demon King? Yeah, secret stones, demon kings, and, hot red-haired men. Wait, what? Where was this? Pretend you didn't hear that last part. Although, I guess being the great-grandson of a Scotsman, you'd think I'd have red hair, wouldn't you? But that's not how genetics works. Mr. Shiny says, I mean, you aren't wrong. Too true. Too true. If Rule 34 is anything to go by, then we definitely know people paid attention to that last part. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've done a terrible thing, good sir. You've introduced Miss Carly to all of the really cool Animal Crossing merchandise on Nintendo UK. You pointed out the cutesy things to cutesy people. That's, to people who like cute things. Yes, that is generally, not ill-advised, but something you should consider when you point that stuff out, yes? Hey there, seeing the sights isn't as much fun in the rain, huh? So did you visit the ring ruins? I would if I wasn't scared of heights. No one is allowed to visit the one ruin that's floating above the village. Okay. I think I've made up for that little snafu with my headphone. So I can take that off. I will bet, Miss Carly, that that statement is true. You know, do what you can afford. As I often tell people, you know, when it comes to like direct support for yours truly, I tell people, you know, chargebacks are a nasty thing, and support like that is usually considered final. So, if you need to make a car payment, do that. Don't give me money. Make sure you have a car, or insert some other bill here. But I imagine I'm speaking to the choir there. I'm sure you say the same thing in your streams. Mr. Jason says, when you first received the delivery the other day of the Animal Crossing Roost Cup and Saucer set, which you'd ordered from My Nintendo Store UK, you noticed that the box had a fragile marking on it? Yes, because it's porcelain. That is expected, yes, but to some couriers, that's an invite to test the packaging and protection. You want to check if your cups are okay. You assume that they are, as the box came nice and pristine, but if you check them, you have unsealed them, so you're kind of stuck hoping they are fine. Oh, I mean, if you have to check for stress fractures. If your cup shows stress fractures, they're like prior to you even picking it up, then yeah, you could have tampering. Otherwise, unfortunately, you know, checking for that sort of thing, it's kind of like the observer effect in some lab experiments, where famously, trying to observe whether or not a steel magnetized slit would bend gold particles, or like beta particles. Seeing it and watching it happen are two different things, or can yield two different results. The same is true of checking stock. If you're not careful, you'll end up causing the tampering, quote unquote, that you were trying to prevent. Miss Carly told you to leave some stock for her. I can imagine. If there's no stock, yeah. I'm sure Mr. Jason, if he bought out this entire stock, would be really nice and give his friends and associates that asked nicely for cups. You know, just be willing to cover shipping and handling charges, right? There's any lesson that I think people should learn from Professor Layton and his assistant is how to treat people. Treat people with respect. Be generous. But if you've read one of the slabs in any of the other 4 ring ruins, tell me what it says. I read what's on a slab. What? You went to see them for me? So what did they say? Back in ancient Hyrule, people called sages protected the kingdom. I see. How fascinating. I bet those sages were nearly as strong and wise as Princess Zelda herself. I feel bad about asking you to find all this out for me since you're sightseeing too, but we're so close now. I need to know what each one of the slabs say. Mr. Jason says, that reminds me of something, Mr. Coin. Or that reminds you of something. When you last visited your local Hotel Chocolat store with your friend, you got told off by them. They said, when you go in, you buy a couple bits here and there, not buy the whole shop. They really say that? I sort of figure, you know, money is money. Why would they turn down good money? That seems, silly. Although, you know, this is the American perspective speaking, where we heavily value mercantilism. We value it to the point that, you know, it is not healthy. So maybe I'm used to looking at things from that perspective and not the, hey, we want to sell to everybody. Mr. Jason says, oh no, they didn't. They were just shocked that you came out for a receipt that said 85 pounds. Ah. Oh, so you got told off by the friend. I thought you were getting told off by the employees. Okay, no. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you cleaned that up. Because now I understand. Yeah, 85 pounds for Hotel Chocolat is, well, it's too rich for my blood, I'll say that. You had a chance to see more? What was written on them? There were once people blessed by wind, fire, water, and lightning, as well as time and light. And these people used secret stones to amplify their powers. Wow. They must have had some pretty amazing rocks way back when, huh? Thank you for telling me about that slab. Truly fascinating stuff. Just one left. I can only imagine what discoveries lie in store. You had a chance to see more? Yeah, I did. So it's not enough to be exceptional. You need a secret stone to be a sage. Or so it seems, at least. But what is a secret stone? If it's that special, I'm sure its beauty would put a diamond to shame. So that was the fourth one. I see. Wait a second. If you look at all of those stone slabs together, don't they sort of read like a single message? They do. User 11 says, have you guys seen your 2025 Nintendo recap? No, I have not. And honestly, I don't really care to. You know what? Here is what I bet it's going to say. It's going to tell me that my top 2 games that I've played during 2025 were, you know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And maybe a third one somewhere in there would be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Because I do play that in my spare time. If I really just want something to, like, turn off my brain with for a while. Yeah, that's when I really pull out, like, the brain dead game. That's when that happens. Mr. Jason says spending 85 pounds at Hotel Chocolat is like a dollar store. Some singular products are around that price. Ugh. Better you than me, good sir. That is what I will say there. Gordy Goku says there's a recap. Where is that? User 11 will have to tell you. I don't rightly know. Although maybe I can, like, quickly take a look around. This might be like a profile thing. Or maybe it's under news. Let's check the news. Huh. Or maybe it's on, like, the website. Oh, User 11 says, well, if you go to your news page on your Nintendo, it'll show. Sure. Let's see. Let's test it out. Rediscover your playful past with the Nintendo Switch 2025 year in review. I think this is it. Take a scroll down memory lane with your personalized Nintendo Switch 2025 year in review. Explore the games you played on the Nintendo Switch and Switch 2 systems this past year, along with a closer look at how you played. Once you've checked out all your stats, you can choose your favorite game of the year, and don't forget to share your gaming story with others and see what they've been playing via the official hashtag Nintendo 2025 or hashtag Nintendo Switch 2025 hashtag on social media. Plus, well, why stop at 2025? Explore your entire history with the Nintendo Switch, going all the way back to the day you began playing. We hope you enjoy the look back as you look forward to even more fun in the future. Check out check out https year-in-review.nintendo.com/en-us or scan the QR code to get started, which I will leave up on the screen for, like, let's say 5 seconds. So now, for those of you watching on YouTube, you can see that. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, Gordy Goku says, oh, user 11 says it's there. Mr. Coin, you saw it? Yeah, I found it. User 11 goes on to say, yeah. Gordy Goku says, oh, wow, I gotta find that. Thank you. Mr. Jason says he posted the link. That was really nice. I don't think I'm gonna be able to see this. I'll reject non-essential cookies. Yeah, I gotta sign in if I want to see this. So I'll see it later. And if you guys are feeling fancy, you can, post that stuff in the general chat if you want on my Discord. But otherwise, we're going to keep things moving. You don't think, could the rest of the message be on a slab in the floating ring ruin? But why? Oh, this is impossible. Trying to figure this stuff out is making my head hurt. Oh well, at the end of the day, I learned a little something about our history. Thank you for everything. From one sightseer to another, I'd like to reward you with one of my personal favorite travel necessities. Oh, that is a nice reward. Those are thunderwing butterflies. I caught these unusual insects on my travels throughout the Farron region. They only come out in the rain. You can boil them with monster parts to make an elixir that grants you resistance to electricity. Remember that. It'll come in handy on your travels. Take it from me. All right, then. I'll see you around. Mr. Jason says, you and Miss Carly had a fun conversation today. Mr. Coin? Oh, I'm not going to ask for it. That is your business. But I'm glad you at least had a funny conversation. If you want to mention publicly available sections of conversation, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, business is business. Let me... Oh, dang it. What was it? A trip through history, wasn't it? I'll have to find it. I shouldn't have cut away to that. Right here. Cool. You told Bugget about what you read on the stone slabs in each of the 4 non-floating ring ruins. He was delighted to get these insights into the ancient era the ruins came from. Mr. Jason says, oh, you could say, you said, you're a fool. You were wondering why you could not find the megaphone in Nook's Cranny, and then you remembered, oh, you have to wait until tomorrow for that. You forgot that you're playing the standard version of the game. And she said, getting ahead of yourself, are you? You gotta play the peasant version today. Yes, the peasant version. Like the, Wow, we actually have no active side quests right now, which I'm sure is definitely not supposed to be the case. I'm definitely gonna have to come over the list of side quests we've done so far with, fine-tooth comb. I'm sure we'll find 1 or 2 things we haven't done yet that we need to wrap up. That said, for the time being, I'd actually like to go out over here and pick up a monster chest we missed. We're going to be doing lots of this kind of cleanup today. Yeah, that is pretty funny. It's not a joke or a pun, but the story is funny. Yes. And some of the most hated games get a Rube Goldberg machine instead, like the Rube Goldberg edition, aka the anti-piracy edition. Mr. Jason says, you're going for a Chinese meal on Saturday, good sir? You looked at the website per person, you were like 24 pounds per person, and you realized, hey, you can't moan about that with what you spend on chocolate, Mr. Jason. Too true. Hey, look, good. If there's anything that is worth the price, this could be an L take or whatever, but, L take ratio, didn't ask, touch grass, kiss butt, go outside, that kind of thing. But, if there is anything that I think is usually worth its asking price is good food. If the food is good, it is worth lots of money, both from a business standpoint and for the memories that you can make from it. And I truly do mean that, because food is culture. Food is a part of culture. Food, clothing, all music, all that stuff forms culture. And what can you do with culture? You can make memories with people you care about. You can share that food with your friends, and you'll all have something to talk about. I'm just here to collect this chest, bokoblins. But I will check to see if we've defeated this one already. Should have. Okay, yes, we have. We can get rid of this now. So instead, we're gonna find our next little stamp here. That one I can't do anything about. Huh, okay. I actually don't think we can do anything else with this. So let's head into the depths. Let's just start combing stuff from top to bottom. We got some gloom hands to go kill, among other things. Yeah, food is good, and I'm glad that you agree, Mr. Jason. I think food is a nice cultural unit that can sometimes go underappreciated when we're wanting the fancy electronics. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, this morning was a bit weird, good sir. You woke up and you thought you were seeing different types of accessories. So you phoned the non-emergency number, and they reassured me that you just have a mild case of peripheral vision. Good one. Good one. Mr. Shiny says, throwing hands with our foes, huh? Too true. We are going to be throwing hands with some hands. We're gonna, well, that's exactly what we're gonna be doing. Throwing hands with hands, and then with flying ghost men, or you know, for those that know the reference, the Flying Dutchman. Might make it nighttime so that we can run super hella fast in the meantime. So why are we here at the dark? Mr. Jason says you must lurk a little while, good sir. Very well. Take your time. We have plenty of things to see and do. So why are we here at the Dark Skeleton? Well, if you guys will recall, 2 streams ago, we went to a Dark Skeleton down here. The Gerudo Dark Skeleton, and we found a Gloom Hands inside, like right in the middle section. So these dark skeletons house gloom hands. All right, you gonna do this then? Let's go ahead and get the right battle equipment out. Do we have any weapon slots? We do not. Cool. We're all loaded up then. He should be, these gloom hands should be down here somewhere. Where are you? You're over... Dang it. It's kind of funny watching them spin in slow motion, not gonna lie. I see him. I know you're over there. Aelin, this one's for you if you're watching, or if you watch the VOD later. Let me get a single shot bow. I don't think so. Just a bow, no clumps? Ah, all the clumps went down there. Fantastic. All right, well, we can replace that with a skull. And we'll kind of go in a line. We'll sweep from top to bottom until we have everything that we're looking for. I've marked not only chests, but I have also marked groves or other various activities that we're going to be doing. We might even knock out the flux constructs today, depending on what we do. So, not every cleanup day can be exciting, but I try to make these ones where we're going out and we're doing a bunch of killing, the more exciting ones, because I know that's what people enjoy seeing. The combat. The combat is good. Gordo Goku says, those were neat little stats. Your game of the year, Tears of the Kingdom with 517 hours. Yeah, oh god. Even without looking at my own stats, we're just gonna go to options. Nope, that's up here. Even just doing that, 545 hours of Tears of the Kingdom, and I would say only about 20 to 25 of them are in this year. Maybe not even quite that much. So most of that playtime was in last year, which is cool. I'll be curious to see what the playtime looks like for Tears of the Kingdom as opposed to Breath of the Wild. Those are or can be stats that are very interesting to look at. And that there's kind of a complete difference between what Tears of the Kingdom asks you to do and what Breath of the Wild asks you to do. I think what each game asks the prospective player to do is completely different. Gordo Goku says, well, you have another account so that number would go up more as well? Yeah, like if you do the math, absolutely. All right, Unobo. Oh, actually, Unobo's not out, is he? We can bring him out for this. Might as well grab this while we're here. I do need some replacement Zonite after spending some on Zonite armor upgrade. One more time, Unobo. Thank you, thank you. So there's that one. That's all finished. Next one is up here. We're going to be doing a lot of teleporting today. But I can't believe that we're getting closer to the end game. I'm really excited to be doing this cleanup. I don't sound like it, but I am. I'll feel a lot of relief when we have all this done. Let's see. Let's take out a couple of cook pots. Just 3, and we're going to... I'm going to make some speed elixirs, because we literally just got, like, 10 frogs, like, last episode, so... Just use up a lot of these. I like having my speed elixirs, when I'm out gallivanting around like this. Especially with the barbarian armor. Speed up and attack up is like a very, very nice boost. It saves so much time on farming, among other things. Gordo Goku says you love my endgame as well. Thank you. You do admit Tulin, whatever the 5th sage name is funniest. Well, everyone's 5th sage is different. I don't know. Which sage do you end up getting last, Gordo Goku? I mean, in my case, everyone knows what that answer is. It's Minoru. But not everyone, some people, can speed right toward that section. Oh, you mean the funnest sage. 5 sage, oh. So the sage with 5 letters? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. That's all. So we don't cross wires somewhere. Gordo Goku says, oh, you really didn't know the names besides Tulin? Fair, okay. Yeah, so Tulin is a 5-letter name. Yeah, Tulin's a fun, getting Tulin is a fun experience. I especially enjoyed the Stormwind Arc segment. I like the Wind Temple a lot. I like the Lightning Temple more, Gordo Goku says, no, you meant the 5th stage. Oh, then yeah. She'll be a treat. She'll be a right treat, I promise. Ah. All right, where are you? Wow, that really didn't take long. Which is what happens when you have an effective late game setup and your opposition is level 2 instead of level 3. All right, what is the next one? Over here? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Oh, thank you guys for sitting through that. I'll read the messages in a second. You guys have been wonderful company so far. I look forward to the continued company, of course. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of every hour. So in about 3 minutes from now will be our first commercial break. There will be a timer above my head. When that happens, it'll read for 3 minutes. During that time, I get up and stretch. I highly encourage everybody to take a break along with me. Grab a snack, get a drink, stretch, talk to a loved one, do something productive, whatever you wish for those 3 minutes. Or don't. I'm no one's boss. But after those 3 minutes are up, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick back up on the gaming. Oh, the wonderful, wonderful world of gaming. Gordo Goku says, no offense, but you found the desert sage? The dessert sage would be hilarious. I know you meant the desert sage, though. What would the dessert sage even look like in a game like this? That feels like a Kirby and Zelda crossover waiting to happen. Ah, yes. The dark licorice king with really menacing red licorice eyeballs and a huge licorice and candy cane sword. I'm joshing. And not as much fun with the dead guys that want to hug. No worries, Gordo Goku. No worries. I had to pick up on the dessert sage. I wasn't gonna miss that opportunity. Yeah. So Riju, Riju, the Sage of Lightning, and the Lightning Temple, the Temple of Lightning, with the Gibdos. Yeah, I could see that being annoying. I mean, I found the Gibdos to be pretty easy to deal with. It's the Gibdo Queen herself that can kind of stress people out. And the crawlers. The crawling crawling Gibdos were, they were certainly something. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. You're usually in the stream at exactly 6 p.m. for you, but since client Nomi went live, and it was before 6 p.m., he went in to support them as per the outlined terms. Oh, no worries, Mr. Jason. You support so many people. It's totally fine. You also congratulated them for picking us, the TCC, and becoming the 50th verified streamer. Yes, sir. We don't give out roles often, and the 50th verified streamer role would have just gotten snapped up as 2 joined after Nomi. Exactly. Yeah, I'm very keenly aware. They did right in choosing us. And I'm going to make bloody sure of that. That is my vow, as my solemn vow as TCC president. I'm going to you know, make your vision real in a way that we all can appreciate. Gordon Goku says they took a lot of items that you didn't have at the time. You definitely would have more items next time. Wait, the Gibdos steal things from you? Do they actually do that? If so, that's actually really interesting, and we should discover that. Or, like, see it in action. Maybe I'll pay a quick visit to the cemetery and demonstrate it. Okay, we need to not do this. Yeah, I gotta remember that bombs will explode here. We'll see you guys after the break. Thanks. sorry about that, everybody. I got caught up with a tiny bit of logistical conversation outside. Let me catch up on chat, and then we will keep moving. Gordy Goku says, no, they didn't steal, but you didn't have enough electric or fire items to fuse. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. They kind of ate up what little you had, and then you weren't really able to deal with them all that well. And if you do not come in with, you have Riju, but Riju has like a long waiting time. So if you don't come in with some manner of being able to generate fire or electricity, or heck, even ice also works. I know from personally testing it on the Gibdo, any element works. Are gonna have issues. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, just 26 more clients and we reach the next goal, 250 clients. Too true, good sir. Too true. And the way we do that is through hard work, advocacy, and outreach. All right, Mr. Gannon. Bye. And we got a nice demon bow all for ourselves. Good, I needed replacement. I needed that replacement badly. Okay, some of these are also grove locations. I do know that some chests we have missed are in those groves. There's like a hollowed out trunk with an evermean in it usually. We had this going on in the Applian Grove. Yeah, that is very much a place we could go look for chests. Mr. Jason says you'll get Carly to submit the second proposal in tomorrow's meeting, but from what you're reading, this truly chef's kiss. Very well. Looking forward to it. User 11 says, back, had to help your dad? No worries. No worries at all, User 11. I hope that went smoothly for you. We have been busy, plugging away at, cleanup. Oh. Yeah, I did basically just have to, burn up. I'm glad I took care of most of what was going on, in the, Elden region, because having to traipse back through that would have sucked. So this is grinding adjacent. It's not really grinding. There's specific things I want you guys to see, but for the most part, this is what cleanup is. This is the only sanctioned grinding you guys are going to see is, are we working toward some achievement or some goal? Yes or no? If so, well, the deal. Mr. Jason says, you're so glad that you have us both. You couldn't onboard Coin and propose Miss Carly. We all have our strengths. Oh, I don't think so. Back off, Evermean. Back off. I know I have a... Oh no, it was the bow I picked up. We're good here. We're good here. We can keep things moving. Yeah, we're all a team. Exactly. Vice President Carly has the right of it. Stop attacking me every time I pass by your territory. Ugh. Silly trees. Dislike them trees. I'm gonna ignore them. Mr. Jason says you know that none of it would exist without you, good sir, but outside of that and outside of the levels that are no-go, you're still looking for your field. Oh, you'll find it. I'm confident in that. You'll find it. I mean, you were on top of training. You were on top of training. Staff. Maybe that could be your field, is helping train staff on, exactly what you expect of them. Maybe that is your particular expertise. Maybe it isn't that. I'm just proposing, I'm proposing ideas. I'm proposing perspective based on what I've observed. More than anything. We're gonna head through in here. I think one or two of these are gloom hands, if I'm remembering right. Lots of these dead trees. This is what the Lost Woods wishes it was. I mean, it kind of is, just stuff's in it. Can even climb these. Oh, I thought this was a gloom hand. I think one of the locations in here was a gloom hand. Is that really all this is crystallized charges? No. There's a spot back there that's not. But yeah, everyone has an aptitude. You just need to find the trigger that will let you tap in to those aptitudes and make them a realized skill. Mr. Coin, what do you call a broken bokoblin? I don't know. What do you call a broke bokoblin? I have no idea. Do tell. I mean, if they're broke, they're probably dead, but I think this is the setup for a joke. I'm almost certain of it, with the way that reads. A brokoblin? I'll give some applause for that. Nice portmanteau. Nice portmanteau. That's what I'll say about that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, Nintendo Live posted this article 6 hours ago at around 1 p.m. Boom! The Animal Crossing New Horizons 3.0 update is now available. Mr. Jason downloaded it at 11. Downloaded it at 11:29 a.m. Well, that is. The articles always come out later than the actual event. Mr. Jason says, once again, your potential shines, Mr. User 11. It does. Do you think your joke was Shurjan worthy? I didn't think so. Look, it was better than mine. I'll at least say that. And portmanteau is funny. I mean, like Pokemon is famous for funny portmanteaus all the time. Like the, bread poodle thing, whatever it is. I forget the name. Okay, I know this is like supposed to be out here. Right? Hold on. Let me double check a reference I have here. I guess this would be a... I have it right. Oh, it's in the... Yeah, I have to walk in that. Mr. Jason said... I'm sorry. Mr. User 11 has just reminded Mr. Jason of something, Mr. Jason says. And they go on to say, Mr. Coin, I could see that you now have the room for the Shurjan counter. I'm still working on the emote for this. I have the placeholder. I'm not sure if that is tier 1 or not. It's either this one or that one. Both of those are from the same Brady that referenced the that is known for the Shurjan. I'm still working on the actual visual emote for this, and also I'm not sure if it's gonna pass through Twitch copyright detection, so I'm making sure that that version is ready to go for 7TV or Frankie Faces, one of those. Okay, so it's supposed to be out here in this, so let's see. I'm glad that we managed to find them. Mr. Jason says you have some good news and not so good news, good sir. Give me the not good news first. Or you could do it whatever order you desire, really. Wow, easy. Gordu Goku says, you feel like a dummy. You put a marker down and went the exact wrong way. I feel you. I've often put a marker, you know, after I've found something on map and then, you know, wait, the map got it wrong or the placement isn't accurate or something like that. Something happens and I feel like an idiot and start heading in the wrong direction. I feel that. That always sucks. But it's always nice to get back on track, too. Okay. It's that particular Gloom Hand knocked out. I guess now we would be heading... Okay, there's a Flux Construct here. I feel a sneeze coming on. It's why I'm not being super chatty right this second. Ah, okay. Sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, as you know, good sir, the good news is that you played the Animal Crossing New Horizons 3.0 update today, and you've forgotten that your time was a day later, and so any screenshot said 15th of January anyway. The not so good news is that you cannot do anything that may trigger Nook Miles goal tomorrow now, because you've reset back to real time. You can only play fully real time on Saturday. Sad face. The saddest of violin. I'm sure, you know, when you say full, I assume that's because of, like, obligations and stuff, right? Or is that just because, you know, you're intending on flopping back and forth between some time you've set in advance versus whatever the real world clock has to say? Just so I understand why the last sentence in your not good news is there. Oh, I didn't know that was a word in Portuguese. That's cool. If you're wondering what target I'm marching to, pretty much anytime you see these rounded disc platforms here, those are always flux constructs, from what I understand. Whereas something like these rounded brown discs are the bosses, which we are also going to like be killing today because we have yet to get the chests off of most of them. We've gotten some of them, but not all of them. Wow. That really didn't take long. Nice. Welcome on in, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully nothing has threatened your state of being today, in a way that you do not feel like you can kind of just exist. And I hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time, of course. We are in the midst of continuing the cleanup, but we have taken a break from fixing signs to focus on killing bosses and field enemies today. Mr. Rasby says, that really didn't take long. Nice. That's what she said. That's what they all say. Yeah. And then the cleanup takes twice as long, clearly. Mr. Rasby says, oh, cleanup. The Godfather's familiar with that. Yes, I suppose Mr. Jason would be very, very familiar with that. Nice. Thank you for redeeming the check-in, good sir. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir, that's just your personal OCD. You need your Nook Miles goals to accurately reflect real-time play. So, for example, the Nook Miles goal, Angsley Miles says, Anglesey, that's a weird word. It says 2003-20, which was the official release date. If it said anything else, you would have restarted. Oh, so the dates need to line up. Okay, that's fine. Now that's making sense to me. They're gonna head over here next. Uh, 2003. Yes, the year of your birth. What, 2003? Yeah, I get that sort of checks out. Makes sense to me. 2080. Oh, now that doesn't make... Well, what do you mean by AD? What kind of operational definition are you using for AD, good sir? Because I was raised under a very different definition of what that is. You're 2006 years old. Sir, I'm going to need to see photo ID. I'm going to need to verify your age using real-time age verification tools, which totally don't work. Standard vampire lifespan. You think you're a vampire, do you? Does your skin glisten in the nighttime sky? Does it enchant, black or brown-haired ladies into, eloping off with you in the middle of the night to raise family and interact with totally non-coded werewolves? Does it make you turn into Brad Pitt or John Travolta? Tunic of the Sky. Legend has it this armor was once worn by a hero who appeared from the sky riding atop a mighty bird. The Skyward Sword set. Apparently was presented to celebrate the completion of a ceremony, the ceremony of knighthood, by flying loft wings into the sky. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, the 20th of March 2020 was interesting in ironic and unironic way. The 20th of March was in the calendar the International Day of Happiness, and also the day that the world burned down due to COVID. Yay for a pandemic. No, not yay. Said everyone ever. Mr. Esby says, yes, women are all over me. Oh, it doesn't even have to be just women. Vampires charm everyone. But yes, I can imagine especially women. Vampires are the real men of the night, as they say. Mr. Esby says, you could describe your game with women with a movie title. Mr. Esby says, everything, everywhere, all at once. Is that a movie title? I mean, I believe that, just... I didn't actually remember. Where was our next point of order? Over here. In the Tabal Grove. Mr. Esby says, yes, one of the best movies you've ever seen. I guess I'm uncultured swine. I've never heard of it. Mr. Resby says, unfortunately, it does not contain everything everywhere. At least not all at once. So the misnomer is the point. User 11 says, this reminds you of the hoverbike conversation. In what way, User 11? Time travel? Because I think that's what everywhere all at once was kind of about. Like, right? Or I might be smoking gourds here with a phrase like that. Stresby says, User 11 lived in 3026, where hoverbikes are how people go to work. In the Netherlands, while in America, people use flying cars. What is this, Fifth Element? Where literally, you know, Bruce Wayne, I think that's his name. You know, as a taxi driver, and he ended up bumping into a red-haired girl that kind of ended up being the sign of the apocalypse. Stresby says that highway with 27 lanes, still traffic jammed, even there. I'll say, flying cars would be the death of the planet. Literally. Mr. Resby says, yes, you are literally Batman. Can you hang from ceilings? Can you, Oh, I feel like I'm about to mix up media. Hold on. I was gonna say, can you leap over tall buildings in a single bound? But that's Superman, not Batman. Seabreeze Shield. A shield said to have been the favorite of a hero who traveled the open seas. It was apparently a family heirloom passed down through many generations. Oh, that's cool. Gonna do that, and we're gonna be happy about it. Is that the Zelda 1 shield? Oh no, that's the Wind Waker shield. Derp, duh. Yeah, that's literally what happened. Okay. Can't say you haven't tried. Right. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin. You will have a spare copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons tomorrow. Nice. You'll be taking out your Nintendo Switch version and inserting the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Nice. Mr. Resby says you were there when George Washington materialized into one of the other 3 unfortunate people in that mountain. One of the worst ways to go, TBH. Oh my god. Yeah, dying because someone materialized inside of you? Yeah, ugh. Oh god. That's teleporter accident waiting to happen. Oh, Mr. Resby says, materialized alongside 3 other fortunate people. Oh no, we had the good... No, Mr. Resby. It's worse. We didn't materialize them, we trapped them. We turned them into stone edifices with their face on them. Just, yeah, Mount Rushmore. I know what you're talking about. Mr. Jason says we have a Kappa conga line right now. Yeah, so many Kappas. I've been trying to get better about not reading them, like, out loud, because, the Kappa is one of those things that you're not supposed to read out loud. Mr. Resby says, doomed to watch British people who don't lift their pinky when drinking tea. I drink my pinky even without tea. Look. Lifting pinkies is something a rube can do. I drink my drinks like a common rube. Mr. Resby says you also lift a finger, but that one gets you in trouble. Wait, when you're drinking, do you...
So it begins.
Thank you for the check-in, good sir. For the check-ins, I should, like, explain the context for this very slightly. The check-ins were not an original channel feature, but when Twitch started cracking down on bots, they caught a lot of active users in the crossfire that were lurking. So the check-ins became a way to make, tell Twitch, hey, I'm engaging with the chat, I'm active, and then you can go back to like lurking or whatever it is you were really wanting to do anyway. So I appreciate people using the check-ins, just in case Twitch is still being kind of screwy with their algorithm and still batting down bots. The check-ins help me. If you use them once. More than once, it becomes spam. The trick is you have to not do it too many times. Thank you for the check-ins. Mr. Resby says, Keck W, perfect timing on the sound effects. I'll say. User 11 says that it's weird. You can't lift your pinky by itself, but when you're drinking, you can. It maybe because your other fingers are stabilized, perhaps. Mr. Resby says yes, when drinking tea. Sometimes even without drinking tea. Gordon Goku says, oh, you figured it was you. You're just saying you're still here. It's all good. Understandable. Yeah, that's another way Twitch wants you to use check-ins like that, is to just occasionally be like, hey, I'm a real human being. Please send my viewership to my streamer. That kind of thing. Mr. Resby says, your pinky to your right hand is pretty tied in with the previous finger, but your pinky on your left hand is completely independent of the previous finger. Yeah, like the one hand is definitely more dexterous. One hand's fingers are more dexterous than the other hand's fingers. Makes sense. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I truly do like that there's a personal check-in for you that everyone can use. I mean, if the 2 carrots give it away, then you certainly don't mind it being used. Thank you for the check-ins. Thank you, and you're also very welcome. And thank you for the suggestion to use it. Why don't we get back to opening treasure chests and, kicking butt and taking names. How's that sound? Okay, we have already... sometimes you get a dead whiff on these, though. Giant's Grove will be the next one. If you're wondering what those 3 stars in the center are, like in the center of the depths map, I'll show them in a second. Those are I have marked some enemy locations that I think are very easy for me to miss when we get ready to go to the final game. There are some gloom hands in here. There is a Lionel here, which I think I will probably kill when it's time. I don't think I'm gonna miss that one. And then there's a pair of gloom hands here, because these are not the spots where the final fight takes place. I know that, or they wouldn't have put enemies there. Mr. Resby says there's another check-in you would like to add. What kind of space do I have on that? Because I want to entertain it, but I do also want to make sure I've not received a... Okay, we have 5 spaces. I could probably throw in one more check-in, and then after that, I want to save those for like specials and stuff. Welcome on in, Chukovu4043. I'm gonna call you Chukovu, if that's okay. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. In both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Chukovu asks, are you big on finding Koroks and gathering the seeds? This is so annoying in the game. I'm not big on them, but I have done it. There's the poop right there. There's this huge wad of gunk as my gift. So yeah, we've done that. And yes, they are very annoying. I will agree with that, with you on that, Chukovu. Speaking of Tears of the Kingdom in general, how familiar with Tears of the Kingdom are you, Chukovu? If and you don't mind my asking. Is it a game that you enjoy, and is it a game that you've played lots of hours of, or beat multiple times, or are you just are you new to the game? Out of curiosity, I always try to ask my incoming audience members that so I can like guide discussions, avoid spoilers, and so on. Mr. Gordo Goku, I'm sorry, Mr. Rasby says, or at least a sound effect. Sure. Gordo Goku says, good call in the final boss area. I mean, it's called Gloom's Approach, so I think I have a pretty good idea that means like ground zero. And thank you. Mr. Rasby says, I check a view 3 times a day. Wait, wrong chat. That's a pretty good one. That's funny. Slightly funny. That's nice banter. And then a train of kappas. Check if you says nice, but yeah, you think you may do that before you go to the final battle? Good luck if you do that. There are 1,000 of those suckers. And I hated the last couple. I really did. You're welcome, Chekuvu, anytime. And then they go on to say you're pretty familiar with it and you've beaten it before. The game's awesome. Yeah, I think Tears of the Kingdom is a good game. I think the 100% experience, like going for full completion, is... I think the Koroks seriously detract from that experience in a really not good way. You weren't much of a gamer before, but this gamer got you hooked. This game got you hooked. Nice. I'm glad that's the case. Mr. Rasby says Chekhoved all over. Mr. Rasby says an emote representing a bell to represent the last Korok would be really nice. You want a bell, huh? I think I could fit. Oh, okay. My issue is that I'm out of emote space. I can add the emote. Like, adding the emote is good. But I can't actually, the Sure Jan and If You Say So would be the, our placeholders. Those are placeholders. They're supposed to be real emotes there. So I can throw that in as a 7TV emote, if you want. Would that be acceptable? Or are you wanting the emote to be accessible to everyone without without an extension? Strasby says, well, anything that would be nice reference. I mean, yeah, there's nothing that says I couldn't make a reference for it. Heck, I could probably, Heck, I could even tinker around with this thing, the gift, and, make a bell out of that. Mr. Asby says as a follower one would be nice. Not sure about 7TV. It's just an idea. Okay. I'll think about it. Chekuvu says 1,000. Yeah. Breath of the Wild had 900. So that's not like a surprise or anything. Like, really and truly, it's not a surprise, but too many. Mr. Esby says you really want to give feedback on some of the emotes, but you don't want me to feel pressured. It's really not a big deal. Well, my lovely contributor, my lovely Valkyrie, Mr. Rasby, I'm glad you said that. One of your perks that you have available to you is a private Discord channel. You have access to a feedback channel. If you think I need to or should consider reworking some emotes, you should put your feedback in there. And I'll be more than happy to look at it. Absolutely. You're a contributor, and I value your opinion very highly, not only for that reason, but I value it more for that reason. So if there's something you want changed, just put it in there. And I will earnestly take a look at it. Mr. Espy says, cheers to this. Oh, like you're pointing out the emote? Mr. Espy says, I know you spent a lot of effort on it, and that's admirable, but you think you think, I'm trying to parse the sentence. You'd want a higher quality of this and for it to be into a glass of wine. I think I could maybe work into that. You're wanting the goblet to be replaced with a modern day drinking glass. I think I could get that. Mr. Rasby says this, but coin, coin thematic. I'm not sure that's good. I appreciate the portmanteau attempt there. Mr. Rasby says, I want you to take what you feel when you say fancy. I'll see and embed it into a glass. I'll see what I can do. How about that? Let me do you the service of writing that down. Okay. All written down. Mr. Jason says, if you want, Mr. Rasby says, of wine that you'd see at a mafia table. Sure. Mr. Jason says, if you want fancy, we need a Hotel Chocolat emote. Oh, God. Is this where it begins? The emotes, I mean, emotes are one of the ways I think you guys have of like putting your spin on the channel, apart from like voting on games and stuff. Thank you for the check-in, Mr. Rasby. I think emotes are one of the ways I think you guys can contribute. It's just gonna take me a lot of time, especially with the cheers emote, because I have to like learn I have to learn some new techniques for drawing, probably to draw what you're wanting. Maybe I can put that into a draft proposal. Mr. Rasby says, well, let's just take care of only the wine one first. Yeah, one at a time, but people can submit suggestions or feedback anytime. I think we've already gotten the chest here. We're good to keep moving. Next one would be down here. You can also hit up a guy. I don't want you to spend money on that if you don't have to, or whatever. Feel free to consult them at your own leisure, I guess is what I'll say, Mr. Rasby. But this is the type, as I say in my Discord profile, I'll say it here, I am the graphic design artist. You know, this is a wink wink, nudge nudge to anyone who is thinking of lurking in chat and, you know, popping out as a graphic design artist scammer, or anything like that. I make art. The emotes are mine. The panels and other assets will slowly be mine. You have my word. So don't get it. People shouldn't get any funny ideas about by requisitioning me to use their emotes in chat. Mr. Rasby says, "Oh, well, they owe you one anyway." Fair enough. Since Vietnam and all that. He still owes me for the time that I saved his butt in the bunker, clearly. And then afterwards wait, what? I'm not going to finish that, but... User 11 says we need things like these, but with coins. I'll see what I can do, guys. And also, those are animated emotes. I can tell they are because they have moving images on them. With the emotes, I need to take time and I need to take time to learn skills. It took me a while to animate basic pixel art, never mind a 3D object. I kind of have no idea how I'm going to even attempt to do that. Other than, I guess, try. I mean, there's no attempt. There's do or do not, right? Wow, these are such silly trees. I do wish they would, you know, stop popping up every time they want to try to deal with me. Gnarled thick stick. I want stick. This stick is way better than that other stick. I'll put a silver Lizalfo's horn on this. Perfect. Much better. Mr. Jason says, to any bots, Mr. Coin does not require best viewers. Mr. Coin has the best viewers. Too true. Too true, Mr. Jason. I do have the best viewers. They're my loyal and loving audience. Mr. Rasby says, yes. Hello, great channel. Actually, I'm a graphic designer. Would you be interested in seeing my work? Where you don't have to, you know, design anything with any kind of skill? And you don't need any skills at all? You just need money? Yeah, I'll do that for you. And I'll literally go steal it off the guy next to me. Wow. It's almost like I got him. I know their number. User 11 says this one's on fire. The coin stamp coin, thank you. I worked really hard on that. Mr. Rasby says, damn, that sounds great. If only there was that, but for websites. Yes, quadrilateral area. The quadrilateral area, the Temu knockoff of Squarespace. Mr. Rasby says, sometimes people just don't know how to code. That's fine. That is perfectly acceptable. But maybe they could find different sponsors. You get asked all the time, oh, will you do this or that? Like, do people try to commission you to make a piece of code? Or something along those lines? Mr. Rasby says, quote, Mr. Rasby, when are you getting off the couch and delivering the release? It's 4 p.m. and it's Friday. And you tell them, I'm being very careful with the name specified there. Oh, wait, no. It's when they ask you for a website. Yeah, where's the deliverable? That's clearly what they ask for. Edit this to a pin. Mr. Jason says you were considering making a website, but you have zero knowledge of code. Do you know of any service that you might be able to use? Oh, boy, do I have a site for you. It's called Quadrilateral Area. or the, you know, it's not the Squarespace. It is the, God, what would I even call this? The parallelogram pit, the hexahedron, the rhomboid sanctum, or the rhomboid room. There we go, perfect. The rhomboid room. 10 points to anyone that can tell me what the heck a rhomboid is. Mr. Resby says code the player for 1.5% off your first purchase within 24 hours to finish completing the scam. We're having a lot of fun with this, I can tell. Sorry, I know I'm not great with jokes, but I feel like I'm in my element here. Mr. Resby says a rhomboid is a rhombus in the class of imboids. Close enough for government work. But a rhomboid, for those that aren't super familiar, is a rhombus-shaped object. Oh, and actually, more specifically, a rhomboid is in 3D what a rhombus is in 2D. So, if you guys have ever heard the term spheroid object or an ellipsoid object, that's usually what that refers to. It's the 3D version of the same shape. So when I made the quip earlier about the rhomboid room, what I really should have said was the rhombus room, because the rhombus room would have been accurate. Whereas the rhomboid, you know, upscales it by a dimension. Man, don't we love math joke hour? Real geometry nuts love these jokes.
Sure, Jan.
Right? Wow, that was just too easy. Man, why didn't I just get these when I spotted them? I guess I didn't know the groves had chests, that many chests back then. Mr. Raspy says, or simply in other words, it's a function in the class of functors in the monoid category. Yeah, that really clears things up. What's a functor? Oh, actually, I think it's nighttime, so why don't we do this? Anytime. Math jokes, everybody. Who here likes math? I like math. I watch a YouTube channel called The Wrath of Math. It's really cool. He's known for digging up math trash, but he also has courses on YouTube that talk about graph theory or calculus functions. I quite enjoy it. In fact, Wrath of Math dropped a video like yesterday, I think, over what they are calling math slop. Mr. Esby says, you mean most of the time, most of us have probably used ternary binary operators at some point in your lives, specifically monads. I feel like I should know what this is, or like I'm right on the tip of my tongue, but I don't remember. I've heard it before. Let me type that up real quick. Oh, okay. Wait, no, I'm getting philosophy. Are we talking about the functional programming or like homological algebra? How do you clip on Twitch? Good question, user 11. A functional programming version. Okay. Or why not both? I think you can type /clip. Nope, no such thing. 1 second. I know there is a prompt. I forget how to do this because I'm used to the I'm used to being able to do it from the creator panel. User 11, assuming you have like a QWERTY keyboard, try typing Alt X, or try holding the keys Alt and X and see if that does anything for you. It should clip if you're on Twitch. If you're on mobile though, there might be a button for that. Yeah, there's probably, if you put, now that I'm thinking on it, if you hover over the video player, you might be able to see like a movie reel icon. You'll just click on that. Mr. Espy says, all right, now where did I leave those 4,000 page books, or that 4,000 pages of a book on Haskell? Yeah, that really would take 4,000 pages to explain. Like, I'm quite sure if you had to explain it from the fundamentals of counting up until Haskell, then yeah, it would take a long time. No problem. I'm glad Mr. Rasby and I were able to assist on that front.
Sex.
Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. I hope things have been going smoothly for you since the last time we talked. I would say you've come in at a good time, but you've come in during what will soon be an approaching storm. No, don't push against that. Mr. Resby says, oh boy, it's going to be fun. Y'all excited for Gödel's incompleteness theorem? Now that one I'm pretty sure I've never heard of before. But Wrath of Math isn't the only YouTube math channel I watch, but he's about the only one I've been consistently watching. And I don't think I've heard him talk about that. Mr. Shiny says, you are the storm that is approaching. You said something elusive, says Mr. Raspy. Oh, do you? Yeah, I suppose it would be about that time, wouldn't it? We can hear it. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour, and about 3 minutes from now. There will be a timer above my head when that happens. It'll read for 3 minutes. During that time, I will have gotten up to stretch. I highly encourage everyone to do more or less the same thing. Get up, stretch, grab a snack, get a drink, or whatever else have you. Or don't do anything. I'm no one's boss. And I promise you that when that timer reaches 0, I will be back at my desk. And we could get back to the thing we actually want to see happening. The gaming. And the talking, I suppose. I structure things this way. I structure things this way to eliminate FOMO. So that when you guys decide to shill money to me, you're shilling it because you like me or like my work, and not because I want to avoid a shitty viewing experience. More or less. Let's see. Mr. Shiny says, oh, right. Provoking dark clouds, and yeah, this is the Devil May Cry 5 Virgil theme with Victor Borba, I think his name is, singing the song. Yeah. It's a hotly liked track. And I see it all the time in political science memes. Mr. Shiny says, I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, these are all lyrics. You wish you knew the whole lyrics? Yeah, I wish I could remember them all too. It's good music. Mr. Resby says you could sell coin merch. Plastic thingy holding a paper with a to-do list. Grab a drink. Grab a snack. Exercise. Oh, you guys give me so many wonderful ideas. This channel is truly not just mine. If I had a way to cooperatively own it and split the proceeds, I would do it. Because you guys do have such positive spin or you guys do influence the channel so well. You guys drive it almost as much as I do. Mr. Rasby says exercise is a bit of a stretch. It is. Very good. That was a nice natural quip too. No setup, no unnatural pauses. Perfect. It's just perfect. I wish I were as practiced in witticism as all of you. But I am not. Gordo Goku says that was a good one. Har har. See, we're all you all can be spinsters. Mr. Jason says train. Hey. Hey. Never mind. we're gonna kill that right now. And thank you guys for listening. I'll see you guys after the break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Let's catch up on chat. Okay, nothing has changed on YouTube. And yeah, train. Yes, trains. Lots of trains. If people couldn't catch the train reference, I was going to be upset too, but it's fine. Stressby says 2020 copyright 2025 2026. Mr. Jason Incorporated for the joke. User 11 says, be careful with what you wish. Yeah, me piping up and singing a little ditty about a really, really overplayed train song was, well, it certainly was something, I'll say that. Mr. Espy says, all rights reserved. Too true. User 11 says, oh, guess Mr. Coin wanted to flex his zonite. Look, I didn't mean to leave it on this. It just kind of happened. Mr. Jason's, or Mr. Asby says, copyright 2026. Mr. Jason Incorporated, Terrytown, Cupertino, California 95014. Tears of the Kingdom. All rights reserved. Oh, what an address. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Mr. Asby says, I've shown you my zonite. Please respond. Wow. I didn't realize that showing off zonite or flexing zonite or these copyrights could be taken so many different directions. You know, even more than one direction. Dang it.
Sure, Jan.
We have zonite all over the place. We do. They have lots of zonite everywhere and not a drop to drink. Use zonite 3 times a day. Is that supposed to be subbed for eating, drinking, or exercising 3 times a day? Oh, I don't even think the most diligent of people exercise 3 times a day. What kind of cursed routine did I just birth into existence? Have you guys seen those, and I guess this, like, just gives me a random thing I'm thinking about. Have you guys seen those, where it's like someone will put up a TikTok or whatever of like how their routine for the day is, and if you stop it at the right times, like the routine just very much doesn't make any sense, like at all, for what it's doing. Like someone happens to, you know, show a part of the clip where it's like they're swimming for 2 hours or whatever, and like the shirts change more than makes sense to. I'm just kind of curious if people have seen that stuff. Mr. Esby says, let's call it exercise. I mean, it is exercise. It raises your heart rate. It doesn't raise it for very long, so it doesn't count. Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting into some territory I should not be getting into. Let's just say it certainly can raise your heart rate. Dang it. Okay, well, I'm glad we got that sorted. Let's head over, I guess here? That'll work. User 11 says, yeah, what was the name of the guy you saw the other day? He took 2 hours jumping to the pool. And when you look at the timestamps of those types of shorts or TikTok clips in retrospect, it's they definitely shot these at different times. Like those kind of viral clips fall when you scrutinize them. And they fail the I don't want to say common sense, because everyone says common sense, and if sense isn't common, then no one really has it. So if prevailing wisdom, if the common wisdom indicates that, oh, there's no way that this person would just happen to have 15 different outfits for the same, if this is supposed to be like a continuous capture for the whole day, there's no way they would have different outfits on. It doesn't pass the sniff test, right? It does not pass logic. So I've seen a couple of YouTubers like dissect these types of like viral memes in like great detail, and they always say you really shouldn't believe those because it's very, very likely this person like pasted together a lot of different segments during different days. or even engineered the whole thing to make it believable when it's fake. Mr. Esby says, Keck W. Right. I mean, I have to do something to keep that moderately PG now, don't I? Or PG-13. Ah, yes. Mr. Esby says, yeah, your routine starts at 4 a.m. You work out for 2 hours. You swim in an Olympic pool for 50 minutes. And then you take a 15-minute shower. You check the statuses of your businesses. You work for another 2 hours as a good finisher. You take about 6 more laps in an Olympic pool, and then you eat breakfast. That's usually how you start the day as an office worker programmer. That's in the evening, of course. After the nighttime workout. Yeah, at some point it's too ludicrous to pass the sniff test, and it really sucks that people get lured into believing that it's real. Yeah, right? Forgetting the iced water bath for clarity and focus and moral and memory retention. It's all health influencer junk. Mr. Esby says, oh my God, you even forgot to mention your pre-workout meal and your post-workout meal. Okay, can everyone hear me properly? We just had a small disconnection. Am I good to go? Are game sounds coming in? Just want to make sure people can hear. Thank you to Mr. Jason and User 11 for confirmation, as well as Gordy Goku. Thank you for all of that. User 11 says, what about the pre-post workout meal? Right? You know, and second breakfasts and 5:30s, right? Mr. Rasby says, you have 2 pre-workout meals and every post-workout meal has a pre-workout meal. You also do that before the 2 hours of swimming, but not the second one. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Mr. Shiny says, JoJo's reference, so I wouldn't know it. Makes sense. And thank you for confirmation on that, Mr. Shiny, as well. Mr. Rasby says, there's no time to hear you. I have to check the dividends. Right? I'm pretty sure that's dividends, and that there's supposed to be a D there instead of a T, but I could be wrong. Mr. Rasby says, right now, watching from an airplane, about to do the parachuting part of your routine. Uh-huh. Mr. Rasby says, yes, pre-workout stimulates muscle growth. It all sounds like health influencer type stuff that unfortunately a lot of times is a scam, or it can be a scam, or it is manipulative in what it wants you to look at. Do I want to talk about this? I think I could talk about the part that is like not explicit, so let's go with that. I don't know the name of the scammer. He's pretty famous though. Big bearded, or not a big, but he's like a really jacked bearded dude in the US. He's like known for selling scam cures or like workout routines, and his big thing is like convincing people. I hope that is not a sign of things to come. I think I don't need the map right now, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah, yucky. I hope YouTube and Twitch aren't having like server connections. That would be awful. I hope everyone can still hear me. Mr. Aspie says, helps me with the meditation afterwards. Indeed. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, yes, me, but in the UK or in the US, focusing on the first details. And then, yes, salmonella. Yeah, eating raw meat. Mr. Shiny says you in fact love Tatar from time to time. Well, yeah, I mean, with Tatar, that's kind of the whole gimmick, right? eating raw. You can't eat raw meat if it's prepared right, and it's free of parasites. The issue is that this guy would just recommend you eat red meat without proper prep. For the purposes of getting raw muscle. He also, like, you know, is a purveyor of the lie of red meat builds more muscle than white meat or lean meat, which is just not true. Or that if you're a vegan, you're suddenly a suck-up or a sellout. And that's just not true. Mr. Shiny says everything is fine on the purple side. Good. I hope things are fine on the red side as well, but I'll have to have someone over there confirm that for me. Mr. Resby says you save CO2 emissions by eating the raw meat. The meat raw. Directly from the animal too, to save the CO2 that would normally be used by refrigerating the meat. Or from them passing gas. But yeah, why not just... Okay, I need a disclaimer here. I know we're all making good jokes and everything like that. We're having fun picking apart maniacs on the internet. Please, 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 please do not eat raw meat. Please don't do that. That's really bad. It's really unhealthy for you. Don't do it. Do not eat meat raw. The only meat you can eat raw that has been well documented to eat raw is fish, and even then it still needs to be prepared and it needs to be parasite free. You do not just eat raw fish you know, you don't eat raw fish in a vacuum. Mr. Rasby says disclaimer, do not eat meat raw. Yes. Mr. Rasby says, not that that's easy to do. Raw meat typically starts to crawl away by itself. Too true. Too true. Mr. Jason says, purple app seems okay for you. You're just hoping that Mr. Alondra can check for us on the red app. Thank you for checking in, Mr. Alondra, for the red app. I am glad that the red app is working as intended. Shiny the Chad says you're reporting no issues on the red app. Thank you, Mr. Shiny, for doing that. I'm glad you guys are picking up on the coded language too, because with Kick, I'll definitely have to add the green app into all this. Color coding the apps in color coded language is going to be fun for me to get used to. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason really appreciates Mr. Alondra. I'll bet he does. I'll bet he appreciates you right back. Mr. Resby says the blue app works too, Kappa, right? And you know what? I'm kind of glad that I'm like partially glad that Twitter went through a rebrand and is now X, which is now the black and white app, because that means when we're talking about the blue app, we can talk about acceptable mediums outside of maybe Facebook. Mr. Resby says you meant OF. Oh no. Wait, OF for not like Fansly or whatever? Or just for fans? We can only talk about great fairy content. Indeed. And please don't put feet pics on. And thank you for the return to the purple app. Please don't. Let's not talk about feet. I guess I'm the one that's digging the hole, aren't I? So many Kappas today, Mr. Coin. Yeah, I think, you know, is, oh God, what's his name? He's like the king of the Kappas. Is the king of the Kappas here by chance? It's like it's Japanese folklore. I should know this, and I don't. Mr. Rasby, OF, only great fairies. Dang it. Me, you're the king of the Kappas. You should make, that's what your profile pic should be, Mr. Rasby. It should be a Kappa picture. That would be perfect. You don't need to change the name. Rasby's a fine name for a Kappa. Just, it should be like an actual, you know, Japanese water demon, which is what the Kappa are. User 11 says, dang it, was about to pull out the camera. Yeah, give me that dare Kirby. That's what that makes me think of. Mr. Rasby says you would buy Turbo just for the Kappa HD emote. Mr. Jason says Rasby the Kappa. Yeah, that could work. Mr. Rasby says make that your avatar. Your emotes already start with the Rasbit duck. You call it H3 Kappa. Oh, and will it comment on plagiarism? Will it comment on plagiarism and you know, possibly get people to commit like entirely regrettable actions? Mr. Jason says if people abuse the Kappa, there might be capital punishment. Har har. A Kappa counter is the okay. Let's not turn the channel into this. This UI interface is going to expand every 5 minutes. Hold, let me see if I can't. I have to show you guys this. I'll have to look for it. I think it's something that my dear IRL friend of mine sent me, but yeah, there's a picture he gave me where he was poking fun at my campaign for literally adding new features, and he's like, "Oh, for our next trick, we're gonna make the game expand every 5 seconds. There's gonna be a new resource or feature every time it happens." I'll have to find it. I'm sure my good IRL friend will be able to provide that for me. But if I can get the picture, that would be fantastic. User 11 says Kappa counter? Indeed. You need stimulation. I will provide that for you in a good second in the form of gameplay. Promise. Mr. Shiny says, how about counter? A counter for all the counters, Mr. Jason says. Oof. I don't know. Yes, the UI expanding, it can be a fun meme, but let's not. That would be a literally unreadable, like, fest.
Sex.
Mr. Rasby says, KEKW every 5 seconds. ChatGPT adds a new feature. Yeah, ChatGPT vibe codes. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. Everything works because it's dysfunctional. It's spaghetti code. Yay! Mr. Rasby says, we need a counter-strike. I mean, that can happen if people stop talking about it. User 11 says, not enough. Can we get subway surfers? Surfers riding on top of subway stations or subway trams? Sure. Mr. Rasby says a way to attack the spawning counters. Too true. Mr. Rasby says gonna make a Twitch on-screen game called Counter-Strike where counters of random stuff spawn and each of you have to fight the counters. Good luck with that. I hear Twitch widgets are a nightmare to make work properly, especially games where random emotes or stuff have to be called in from external sources. External sources. That's what I was thinking of. All right, let's replace that. Wait, what did I... Oh, didn't we... Yeah, I grabbed something here. That's right. I removed that. Okay. Okay. Got it. You guys, I've vaguely heard of Subway Surfer, but that's really about it. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Quaint Annieola is still doing good, sir. I saw. I'm glad he's doing well. Or that they're doing well, excuse me. I would actually kind of be worried if they weren't doing well. They're performing quite admirably at their job. Better than a bot greeter any day of the week. Give me 1 second, guys. I heard my dog make a really loud bark. I'm gonna play a small ad and I will be right back.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me just kind of like try to stay out of the way a little bit while I just take care of some business. My dogs were apparently barking at nothing, just because they could. I didn't know what kind of environment that was going to be, though, so I wanted to make sure I was at least able to give 30 seconds of attention. Oh, okay, that feels a lot better. Sorry about that. Tried to keep that out of the camera as much as possible. Let's catch up on chat real quick, and then I will return back. Okay, all that happened here was Shiny and Alundra talking. Mr. Shiny says, you try to think of a reason why any of the suggestions would not work, but you lack counter arguments. Yeah, indeed. Mr. Rasby says, you think the arguments in favor of the counters are themselves counter arguments? Too true. Mr. Jason says, anything negative would also be counterproductive. Too true. Mr. Shiny says, the illusion of choice. Everything is a counter argument, really. I suppose so. In the end, it might all be the same, but all of this in the end is really just, you know, where's the Shurjan counter? Or insert some other thing here. Mr. Resby says, I feel like it's a show and tell at kindergarten. Now it's Timmy's turn for a counter joke, and then he'll pull out his goldfish, Cosmo and Wanda, and they'll, you know, pull out an FBI like memory stick and literally flash people's memories away while they tell jokes and laugh. That's what that sounds like to me. Man, if I'm making Timmy Turner references, I know I'm old. Mr. Resby says, yes, happened to you all the time as a kid. Oh, the telling of jokes and laughing about it in class. I think you've mentioned a few stories about being the wisecracker in class. Dang it. I was hoping to avoid that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you know that in the UK, Super Mario Maker 2, the TCC's Foundation, came out as a limited edition bundle? Along with the game, along with 12 months of Nintendo Switch Online, a themed steelbook case, a themed Nintendo Switch stylus, a themed carpenter's pencil, drawing pad, and a pencil sharpener. No. Oh, yeah, I think you've mentioned that once or twice, Mr. Jason. Apologies for the boring segment we're having to climb. Mr. Raspy says, oh no, you meant having the memory of your colleagues be flashed off by the FBI? Ooh. I see. I apologize that is the case. Mr. Raspy says, if you're not on a list after writing that, you may be in one. Perhaps. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you're late here. It is late for you. You're gonna head out. Very well, User 11. Thank you so much for stopping by and, sharing in company with us. It was good to see you. I do rest well, my lovely senator. And if, for whatever reason, I don't see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, yeah, we got to queue up user 12, clearly. Let's see, Mr. Shiny says, oh, yeah, probably, Mr. Shiny. They would be sealed. Mr. Rasby is on your list, Mr. Coin, of appreciated people. Good. Glad to hear it. It's the only kind of list he should be on. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you just realized something? What's that? You've not seen Alan yet? Manifesting Alan? Then Mr. Rasby says, bad homies, bad is. Gordukoku says, your video for finding taluses is done and you're still missing one left. It can't just be easy, can it? No, of course not. Nintendo has to, give you just enough quality of life to play the game, but not enough quality of life to help with 100% hunts. Yeah, you just gotta scan through each region one by one until you find it. That's exactly what I had to do with Korok seeds, wells, everything. I literally had to pull out, in the end, I ended up having to pull out guides just to look at it all cleanly. We're gonna head out over. Ooh, do I want to head? We can't teleport there. Okay, that's good. So then I'm probably forced to contend with what I think is a Frox. Or we could fly over it, but... yeah, we're gonna have to deal with something. Mr. Espy says, what do you think? Mark, is the lack of reward after the 500th milestone good enough for an indication it's optional? Yeah, I mean, for sure at this point. Yeah, you were saying you were the no man before yesterday when we discussed this. It is a Hinox. Cool. All right, Mr. Hinox friend, time to get blasted. I poked your eye out. I poked your eye out. Oh, that is super funny. Oh, except that doesn't work. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is somewhat disappointed that they cannot really play their copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition tomorrow. Good sir, you especially cannot enter the resident services building until Saturday for things to be correct. Indeed. Gordu Goku says, you had to do with Hinox 2, gotta start the video over, and the Blood Moon is trying to trigger, which you can bypass the Blood Moon. You just have to travel all over. You just have to travel all over again. Nice. I mean, the Blood Moon does not really take away from your ability to hunt Hinox. It's just annoying because in our minds, it's easier if we've defeated something and it stays dead. But at least Nintendo will give you the little star around something if you've defeated it. That's your, like, tracker that you get to use. Mr. Rasby says, yes, we did that in kindergarten 2. Good Lord, I can't speak. We called it an eye-ouchie. An eye-ouchie. Wow, the streaming connection has gone offline more times than I care to admit right now. Are we being like cyber attacked or something? That would make the most sense. I don't know. Okay. I don't know what that dropped. I don't know what those dropped frames were. You're aiming for a new goal, Mr. Jason says. You want to make the longest possible message with the most mentions of Mr. Jason possible? Good luck. Although that is going to get tiring to read. Mr. Rasby says the easiest way to get the pen from your colleague if he refuses giving it to you. Ah. Oh, you're talking about how, like, that is how you were about to explain how that was, I think, if I'm reading that sentence right. Gordy Goku says exactly, but you don't want to trigger because they would be gone and easy to spot. Yeah, it's easy to spot the one on the map that you missed. You'll get it done, though. Yeah, you just got to use the pins. Mr. Jason says, true, good sir, but like the 116, it will be a once and done effort for Mr. Jason. Understandable. Mr. Rasby says, no, it was with the Iauchi. Ah, yes. You want to get the pen? Yeah, give him an Iauchi, and, well, there you go. Too bad that's now been associated with Pedro Pascal. If you know the reference, you know. Hold on, let's get real serious. Bye. Mr. SB says this video ends when you either lose your mod or we get the highest amount possible of Mr. Jason references. Kappa. What is this, a Mr. Beast video? God, no. Please, no. No, Mr. Beast videos. Just absolutely not. Mr. Jason says you already miss user 11. Your Kappa trains are not as long now. Oh, that's fair. Some people really like the Kappas. Mr. Resby says a YouTube short. Ah, yes. It is where the short is really a supercut of how Mr. Jason might lose his modding privileges if he did something like... I'm joking, of course. That would never happen. But I could see that being a bodacious title. What the heck is all this? Is this a depot? Is this another one? No, because the depot should be like these masses here. What is this? I'm not in a dungeon or anything. Why does this have different music? Mr. Shiny said, or I'm sorry. Oh, and I'm getting ahead of myself. Carly says, you're gonna hop out for a little bit, Mr. Coin. Hopefully you'll be back before the end of stream. Very well, Miss Carly. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you. Do rest well, my lovely senator. And I do hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you, of course, do stay safe and take care of yourself. And with that, I'm going to catch up on messages again, and hopefully we can move forward. We can start to move forward. Mr. Jason says, too true. It is quite captivating. Captivating. Yeah, indeed. Mr. Shiny says there's a max 50 Mr. Jason that can fit a single Twitch message if we include a space between each one of them. Makes sense. Mr. Resby says the cap economy fell a bit. Too true. Gordy Goku says you're in the story place and you'll be there soon enough. Yeah, I figured this is like related to the Spirit Temple. Or like somewhat related to the Spirit Temple. I'm just trying to figure out... Oh, you know what? That's not even where the marker is. Since that's not where the marker is, I'm going to ignore it. I like how... okay. Someone who has gone through the game. So that could be Mr. Jason, Mr. Gordo Goku, Mr. Shiny, this sediment here. I want some clarification in like a relatively general sense, like as few spoilers as possible. This sediment, is it safe to clear? Or is this related to dungeons or like story stuff? Is this giant pile of sediment story stuff? Because if so, I'll just ignore it. Mr. Shiny says, I don't know if you have the you don't know if you have the mental capacity to join the joke theme train. Gordo Goku says you would burrow a hole through it, you will get there. Makes sense. And then they go on to say, clear it if you want. Very well. Mr. Resby says, if you were to ask me personally, you could provide a 100% guaranteed of zero spoiler. Oh, your answer would be, I don't know, right? Because you don't play this game, right? Would that be accurate? I'm just curious to see what's underneath this. Is this one of those take an excavator or something else? So I think here we're going to use the 5-shot a few times. Huh. That's certainly interesting. Mr. Rasby says it could also be a random conjunction of words. Too true. Yeah, there's nothing saying, you know, more than, I don't know. Gordo Goku says nothing there, just making a path for something. Ah, okay. Don't waste arrows. I hear you. You know, buddy, I need you. Okay, I didn't need you to do that. Mr. Rasby says, or a series of questions defeated the symbolic calculator, aka you, to try to figure it out. Okay, well, the sediment I am going to spend time clearing. I might come back with an excavator later, but the real sediment I'm at least somewhat interested in is right over there. Look at all that beautiful zonite just waiting right there. What? Okay. Weird. there's gotta be like something under this. That would be the thing that makes the most sense, given the note that I took on remaining locations yesterday, or the day before, excuse me. When I was like scanning through and like using a map to help me find things. This feels like I'm uncovering a Stalnox. Gordo Goku says, oh, you had it marked to come back to. You found the last Talus? Nice, nice, congratulations. Okay, we are going to do ourselves a favor. And we're going to staple all these together. We're collecting them for later. Riju, you're good. You don't need to do that. Oh, well, there is nothing here. Okay, I believe you. But this is a nice clump of zonite. I might come back here just to clean it out. Very well. But then that begs the question of what enemy encounter was there. He certainly does leave no stone unturned, Mr. Jason. Mr. Resby says, ain't nothing but a heartache. That's your answer if you pick the Backstreet Boys package. It's the cheapest too. So there's nothing there. Why was there? I need to look at the like enemy marker. 1 second. Where are we? We're over. Nope, we're up north a bit. Oh, no, we're down south. Hold on. Okay, so that would be... No, it really is just a zonite clump. Okay. Huh. Why did I have this marked? Gordo Goku says it's the pathway for something to get through. The thing isn't able to climb. Makes sense. Yeah, I figured that is probably... It's related to story stuff. That makes sense. Mr. Resby says it's the cheapest too. Mr. Jason says it's very nice to see Mr. Gordo Goku on the red app, but it is also very nice to see him on the purple app. Too true, Mr. Jason. Mr. Resby says it's a reminder to appreciate the moment and purely the game's artistry. Too true. Mr. Resby says not all markers need to have a point. That's true. It's also funny and a joke. All in one. Smooth moves. Gordo Goku says, yeah, you've told me all that you can. That's fair. I guess I'm just baffled at why I put a mark there more than anything. It's not actually something I expect an answer for, because you guys don't know what was running through my head then. Mr. Resby says, what joke? It was actually mostly a statement. That's funny. Not all markers have a point, because markers come in like felt tip and like huge chunky tip. Was supposed to be funny. Indeed, Mr. Gordo Goku, you followed Mr. Coin's light spoiler policy. Yeah, it's an accidental joke. That is what is supposed to be funny about that. Yeah, it is a very light spoiler policy. That is true, Mr. Jason. After we do the cleanup on like markers that I have out here, our next point of order is going to be to kill the repeatable bosses again. That's our next point of order. Mr. Resby says, oh, Gordo Goku says you do the best you can. No worries. Mr. Rasby says only certain rally cars are allowed on the stream due to that policy. Yeah, preferably not the red and white kind. I will avoid any of those. If you know, you know, what I'm talking about. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason may be bored slightly tomorrow, at least until 6 p.m. When you can play the game, right? Animal Crossing stuff. Mm-hmm. Mr. Esby says, yeah, they have terrible suspension. They're huge gas-guzzling clankers with really noisy people inside them. Oh, I think we're talking about different things. Mr. Rasby, you wouldn't be referring to a fire truck, would you? I did say red and white, so... Mr. Jason says, no. Good sir. 6 p.m. is when when one of Mr. Jason's favorite streamers goes live, good sir. Makes sense. Trying to think of who that streamer might be. I don't think it's... Is it Suremu? I don't think it's Suremu. Mr. Resby says, no, a rally car? Cool, because I definitely went somewhere else. A race car for rallies, car racing, drifts, and hits. Oh, you meant me, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Rasby says, alright, boys, once you're done with the CS 1.6, you have to share one of the coolest stories. Oh, do tell. Mr. Rasby says, let me spoil it. You met with an old friend who had a drifting rally car, and you were inside a car doing actual drifts. Oh, that's cool. Kind of dangerous, depending on how exactly it was being done, but that's still cool. What did you think of it? How was the experience? Just gonna ignore these trees and grab this chest. Nice. I really do need to spend these. We're at nearly 3,000. Okay, there's that one. That's all finished. We're gonna head over... How do we want to do that one? I guess I'll think about it when we get to that shrine. Mr. Rasby says, best experience in your life. One of the best, genuine. You were in awe the entire time, especially when hearing the engine roar. I'll bet. It probably feels a bit like speed racing, which can be like a high octane, high adrenaline and endorphin inducing activity. I could see that. Mr. Jason says, speaking of drifting, Mr. Coin, this one developer made a game unironically for Nintendo Switch called Absolute Drift. With the Joy-Cons, the game basically plays itself. Oh, does it? Oh, because of the Joy-Con drift? Oh, God. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, your dad does speed racing. He calls it regular driving. I'm, kind of spooked that he thinks that, but I have to remember that as a American, the rules of etiquette for driving on the road are very different compared to, oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. He doesn't call it something specific. Oh, I thought he did. Okay. You weren't being serious. Good to know. What is that spear? Is that a Rito spear? That is a throwing spear. Yeah, unlike my friends and family, I am very much, we will get where we are going. We will take all the time in the world, but we will get where we are going. And we will do so safely within the bounds of the law. Mr. Jason approves of the above message, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Resby says, but yeah, you know how to place your trust. You knew from the start, the moment that the guy with the drifting cars cares more about the car than his freaking wife. You know, it's usually not a great sign in relationships. If it's like the closest analog I have of that is like truck drivers. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you very much for sitting through that stuffy and boring advert. It's the part I like about content creation the least. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. So in about 4 minutes, we will take another one, the last one for the day. There will be a timer above my head. It'll read 3 minutes. During that time, I will be up and away from my desk, getting a stretch and doing other stuff. I highly encourage everybody to do the same thing. Get up, stretch, grab a snack, get a drink, so on and so forth. Or don't. I'm not your boss. And when those 3 minutes are up, I will be back at my desk, and we can get back to the gaming, which is what we're actually here for, or the conversation, the coinversation even. Take your pick. Then I'm gonna catch up with chat. Mr. Esby says so it was completely safe. I had a thing I was gonna say about truck driving with that, but I think I'm gonna drop it for the time being. Mr. Rasby says, oh, it was a joke. No idea if it's about more than his wife, or if he loves the car more than his wife. But when you know someone cares about the car that much, you're completely certain you're safe because he wouldn't dare put that car in danger. It was really fun. We'll hang out with that guy. Just be careful. You know, even if he is doing his best to make it safe, drifting can be dangerous. I'm not trying to say that to like lecture or, you know, tell you what you do or don't know, blah blah blah. I know drifting is. I know anytime you're doing like speed or drag racing in a car, stuff happens. And I don't know how the Romanian authorities feel about speed racing. I just don't. I don't know if it's legal or not. Mr. Jason says at first, Mr. Jason really wanted Pokemon Pokopia, and even went as far as calling it Ditto Crossing New Horizons Aeons as a reference to Animal Crossing New Horizons and Pokemon Legends Z to A, and then Nintendo confirmed that it was a game key card. Ah, yes. So you will not be purchasing it. You want to own your media. Too true. Mr. Jason says that Nintendo UK are extra ridiculous with asking £66 and 99 pence for it. Mr. Rasby says I coined all over. No, let's not. Mr. Jason says cointent. Coinversation. You sure coined some good terms, eh, Mr. Coin? Yes, you did. Yeah, they came right out of the mint, too. Where was the mint located, you ask? Your brain. Easy answer. Mr. Rasby says, the only danger you had there was having too much fun. Fair enough. You had no racing, just drifts in a parking lot. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm not the arbiter of what you can or can't do or what you should or shouldn't do. I don't want to be that person. I'm glad you've got people looking out for you when you're doing that. When you're with that car showman slash I guess it would be a speed racer, wouldn't it? Let me double check that again. Right, speed racing. Yep. He had never raced in his life. Ah, legally, that is, you mean. Of course. Legally distinct non-racing. That's how it has to be. Motion driving. We can talk more after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I think if I lock in, we have just enough time to do everything on the wish list. And I just can't have we can have extraneous talking, but I gotta be better about multitasking or simultasking. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's make sure I've checked YouTube as well while I'm here. Okay. I thought I saw a spider there. That's why I tilted my head up like that. Let's We get to skedaddling. We got places to go, things to do, and things to smash. Wait, what? Yeah, we got objects. What did you guys think? How did I get 800 pose? I don't think I've collected that many. I'm pretty sure I've collected maybe like 600 units. Do I just get some for killing or something? I don't know. Or maybe I accidentally collected a few too many grand or large pose or something. That'd be about the only thing I could maybe spot or see here. Even even trying to remember the off-camera accounting, it doesn't account for all those pose. Okay, so this one. Hold on. Oh. Sorry about that. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has at least 2,000 pose. I'll bet. Especially if you don't have any need for them. Wow. Bye-bye, Flux Construct. Okay, next one on our list is... Oh, is that it? I think that's the last one. Let's go check in with Greylands. I'm sure there's one that I have marked that I have failed to, like, account for properly. But I'm actually curious to see if we've gotten all of these. I don't think I've gotten 12 during the... or I don't think we've found 12 additional constructs in the depths. I don't think there were that many. I think there were like 4 or 5 that we've killed today. I hope everyone's enjoyed the gameplay and the commentary today. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is now waiting for the Nintendo UK to add the Roost Collection coffee grinder. I would love a French press, not gonna lie. Or decaffeinated coffee beans. I love coffee. I just don't want to... I don't want the kidney scare happening again. So I'm trying to not tax my body through caffeine all that much. I also should be drinking, like, less soda, but... You know, if my folks get me a supply of soda, I do want to drink through it. Don't want to waste food. That would be awful. Actually, Joshua, do you have anything to say? Swordsman, welcome back. I know it's rough because we still don't know where Princess Zelda is, but she disappeared underground, so there might be some connection to the depths. I'll continue with my research on it. Very well. Gordo Goku says, you did it! Yes, the Talus medal. It's a cool feeling. Nice! 3 more other monsters to hunt. This should be fun. Yeah, monster hunting is generally fun. I would love a copy of the late Monster Hunter title. That would be fun to play with friends or with you guys. Speaking of, I wanted to bookkeep. I'll do the bookkeeping first, because I kind of think it's more important. So this Friday, I'm going to be out with my stepmother all day. We're going to be going to offices and getting paperwork together. I won't mention for what it is or what it's for, blah, blah, blah. That's not really important, but that's going to be an all-day activity on Friday. You guys will get a notice of this. Don't worry. I just wanted to make sure I did say something about it, like verbally. So I'll make sure not only my people, like you guys, know what's going on, but I'll make sure the TCC is also like roughly aware of like what's gonna be happening to me on Friday. Blah blah blah. And again, only insofar as like why my absence is what it is, etc., and nothing more than that. I don't know, paperwork shouldn't be an all-day process, but if there's anything you learn when you're dealing with bureaucracy, whether it is for science, histories, or law, you learn that paperwork is one of those things that can take forever, especially if all you're really needing to do is just push records from point A to point B. And especially if they're old records, which the records I'm trying to get are quite old. So, and those records were taken back before computers were a mainstay. A mainstay in society like they are now. So I could be out all day that day. And that's gonna be 2 days from now. Outside of that, I took care of the bookkeeping bit, and again, you guys will get a notice for it and everything. What was the other thing? Gordo Goku says it's okay. You should always consider yourself first, whatever the issue. I appreciate that. It's mostly just the, content creators, if they make content and they know that the content is going to be dry for a while, or dry for a day or something, especially because I stream every business day, I should say something, right? If I streamed maybe when I used to stream 3 days a week, yeah, I wouldn't say anything on if it fell on a Tuesday or a Thursday because I'm already off that day. So it would be fine. But because I stream every business day, it's actually really important that I keep you guys looped in, not on everything that's happening, but at least just, hey, I'm going to be out this day or that day or blah, blah, blah. I used to be really bad at it, so I try to be really good about it now. Oh God, there was something else I was going to say, and I totally blanked on it. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. You had an interesting interaction. What interaction might that be? Gordo Goku says you do appreciate the heads up. You're very welcome. And again, there's nothing that we've said here that wouldn't also go into a written notice that I'll push through the stream updates status. Yeah, I forget what it is. It was something pretty good too. On the CS server, you were semi-accused of cheating, and you have to run software on your PC to scan your CS. That seems wrong. Why do you have to operate software just to confirm you're not cheating? That seems incredibly invasive. Extremely invasive. Digital rights are a thing that should be talked about. More than they currently are. Mr. Rasby says you have nothing against it. I guess that's fine. To me, it seems foul or invasive, but I will not moralize on it any further. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, but the server that the program uses is down for now. I hope it comes back up soon then, so you can get the checks you need to get done. I know sitting and waiting on that's never a good thing. 4 Taluses. The hunt for 4 Taluses. 6 Hinoxes. Oh, it's the unusual monsters, the sky giants. 9? How do we only get 3 new ones? What did I mark and not complete? Mr. Jason says, it's okay, Mr. Coin, if you need to go dry in content for a little bit, but will still be considerably less dry than your humor, good sir. Understandable. Yes, it will at least still not be as dry than compared to my humor, good sir. Mr. Rasby says you have 3 days to get a result or get banned. You join their Discord. If you get banned, you'll make sure to rant about it and ask them to screen share them using the program. Yes, please do. Rake them over the hot coals and make them answer to their own standards. Because if they don't, then they're demanding data because what? They think you cheated? And especially without proof? Disgusting. Mr. Rasby says, you felt really complimented by them being sus because it means you're that good. Apparently. I mean, I guess that is like an accolade there. I don't know. I could be happy. I could be glad that you're on top of the leaderboard and upset that they are asking you to scan your computer for cheats. For like bot aim assist or something. Mr. Rasby says you're top of the leaderboard. You snipe and deagle very well. And have been doing... Oh, snipe and deagle well and have been doing it very well. If you assuming you have not been using bot aim assist, which why would you? That seems beneath you. You know, they're just butthurt that they're losing at their own game. Mr. Rasby says, well, without more context, it sounds awful, but pretty common. I'm not surprised that you're cheating. You're using bot aim assist, aimbot assist, or whatever. You're using a macro. Or whatever. I just... Oh, I could mold right now. Mr. Rasby says, you wouldn't accuse them of anything until evidence appears they are doing that. Yeah. So all you can really say is they're asking you to do some invasive thing for an ungrounded accusation. Or what would appear to be an ungrounded accusation. Okay, so we have all that. I think now, you know, without me getting locked up into business I don't need to be locked into, we're just gonna go kill some bosses. Mr. Rasby says it is grounded. You just have so much game sense. It does seem like you're using wall hacks or something. I remember there was like reporting where someone was accused of being an aimbot and that person like adjusted their VTuber model faster than a normal VTuber model would adjust for, and apparently that's how they found out that's how people found out that there was like an aimbot assist, which I could believe that. The issue is that people have their knives sharpened and are all too ready to accuse just because the reaction times were really quick. Mr. Rasby says, and also you alt-tab frequently to chat, which could be that you work on cheat stuff. You think the suspicion is reasonable? I guess if they don't know your character right, if they don't know who you are as a person, I guess I could see that. It just seems unreasonable to me. And I feel like people are compensating more than anything. Let's get the correct gear handy. Come on, Colgera. Talk to me. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, a friend of yours is planning on taking a trip to Italy this year? Nice. Nice. I hope they have a good visit. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, well, people can play on CS servers with no Steam account or anything, and there have been a lot of cheaters, and you're just a random dude. Yeah, I could see... I'm glad that you are giving them... you're giving them more fairness than I would give them. Like, only you would know if you've used an aimbot, I guess would be the, ultimate trial of anything. Also, if I'm gonna use this, let's not use the 5-shot bow. Mr. Jason says, you asked them if you planned to make an itinerary, and they said, no, I'm just going to roam around. Okay, that's one. Where's the other one? Gotcha. Dang it. Gotcha. Didn't even get a chance to do the second cycle of first phase. Mr. Jason says going to Italy is nice, but unless you go for a month, you can only do it so much. Har har. Oh, well, I guess we've already defeated this one, but we might as well just do it. It's something fun on the screen. Oh, all right. You want to get off me move? You got it. Dang it. Oh, I got it. No, I partially got it. Perfect. Gloom bows or any long shot bow or sniping bow makes this really easy. Gordu Goku says you don't know how to say it, but the last Hinox will be the endgame area. You've been racking your brain on how to tell me. You didn't want me to travel the world. You haven't said where or what kind. It's probably a Stelnox if I had to figure. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you know it's early, but you're going to head off as you're tired. Very well. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. Your company has been a pleasure, as always. I do hope I get to see you again, good sir, and that you rest well. But if not, and I don't get to see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to, take the round tour of bosses, so to speak. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, also your mouse disconnects all the time, so it looks like your cursor jumps. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think the suspicion is more understandable, but I still don't have to like it. Oh, do I get rid of this? I guess I can. Yeah, I don't have to like it. Ah, a Colgera Reaper. Nice. Okay, so that's number one. We have one up here, which I think is the Gibdo Queen, and we might have already done that one as well. Most of the bosses I think that I have not done are going to be internal, like around Hyrule Field, or not Hyrule Field, but like toward like the interior of the wider world and not anything else. And if I may ask an honest question, or you don't have to tell me anything, Mr. Rasby, but you don't use that sort of software, right? Like, you rely on your own skills and training to compete in these games, in Counter-Strike, right? If you know in your heart, if you know in your heart of hearts that if you don't do that stuff, then the accusation is unfounded. Mr. Resby says, yep, no script, not even small adjustment. You've built scripts for games for Metin for inventory management, and it's but for inventory management, and it's very simplified. Exactly. So if you're competing against players, you don't do that type of thing. So the accusation is unfounded on those grounds. All right, Miss Gibdo. Let's knock you out of the park. Ew, gloom-infused Gibdo? Come on! Hold on, I gotta concentrate while this is happening. Ow, that hurts. I'll catch up on chat here. Mr. Esby says you've got sniper autism. I suppose so. You're saying it, not me. Mr. Esby says in a one-on-one, you shoot first almost always. You've beaten some good players too. What you found unfounded is the guy saying he thought you he thought he banned you before already. Wow. Well, that's gross. Riju, hun, I need you doing this. Dang it. If you take it as a compliment, Mr. Rasby, I guess I can't be that upset. Link, this is not the time for sneaking. Wait, do bombs actually work on these? I'm curious. I guess they do. How did I not know that? Thank you, Gorda Goku. That's actually a huge assist. I didn't know that that's how... Alright, you. I know you're up here. But I torch you. Wow, she hits really hard. Man, I thought I would have had this worked out. Well, now I know bombs work, so that's going to make this much easier. Thank you again for that wonderful assist. Let's get our prize. Well, I guess before we do that... What the heck is this? Mr. Asby says, ah, yes, a quote I'd hear in the Middle East. Yeah, well, what a macabre joke. Am I right or am I right? And yes, the cat. I am very aware the cap is there. I know that's sarcasm. They destroy this fused material. Queen Gibdo wing. Queen Gibdo spear. Huh. That's kind of cool. This has like a nice design on it. Gordo Goku says, yeah, you meant to tell me about the bombs when you were in the desert, but you wanted me to figure it out. That's fair. I kind of just didn't challenge what the game gave me in terms of, like, you know, the method it presented for killing Queen Gibdo. I assumed I needed Riju's power in order to do that. Now I know I don't. Or at the very least, these ones don't need Riju's power. Okay, so we have those two there. Where's our next circle? Over here. I think we've already killed this Colgera, and if I have, we will continue moving around. Because we don't need, especially with Colgera, if we don't need to kill things, I won't do that. I was about to be really concerned that the game was not gonna let me keep my Gibdo spear, and I was gonna be really mad about that. Yes, we have defeated it. Very well. So far, I think my best boss experience has to be the, you know, the marbled Goma. Like, the marbled rock Goma. Or the Muktarok. Queen Gibdo, however, has given me a good run for that. Like, she's a challenging boss. I like her on those grounds. Colgera is... I think for what Colgera is, and what it is for many people is their first boss, I think it being a puzzle boss is a fine experience. Yeah, I think it's a fine experience, and it tests your ability to, like, get adjusted to the game. Fun fact about Kolagaga, however it's spelled, you can dive through the holes instead of arrows or whatever. Oh yeah, there's like if you're willing to like two or three cycle the thing, yeah, you can dive through it one at a time. If you're just wanting to if you're low on resources. Of course, since I have a bunch of arrows I gotta burn through, usually by the time I get to Colgera, I don't care. And I have no problem burning through resources if it means getting the fight done faster. I guess that would be, what, right here? I try to think of the best spot I would go for that. I guess it would have to be... Let's go here. Let's try that. Gordo Goku says you didn't know until the other day because you used arrows. Oh yeah, I think using a bow and arrow is like the more intended solution. Not only do I think it's more intended, I think it's faster to do that. But it's neat that you can do that fight without so much as even 1 ounce of resources expended. Mr. Raspy beat me right to it. Not only do you think it's intended, you think it's Nintended. True, true. Very Nintended. Much wow. Sham wow, even. I don't know. Oh, man. What a time to be alive, I suppose. All the information at our fingertips. All of it. And we're stuck in culture wars and other shenanigans. We have all the best science in the world, and it's all being squandered. What a time indeed. I hate the time, and we don't, and I suppose like the worst part of that is we don't even get any of the cool cybernetics. We don't get orcs or trolls. There's no Shadowrun. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Wait, am I just climbing up something for no reason? I think I'm climbing up something for no reason. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. That's kind of gross. I hate that I did that for no reason. Okay, let's get on the correct gear then. Mr. Rasby says, speak for yourself, sir. You spend time with cats, family, and blasting wasps. Or is it ops? Gorduguku says you were wondering what I was doing, but you kept quiet. Oh, it's fun. It's funnier that way. I appreciate you doing that. Yeah, sometimes I'll just get talking about things that are bothering me, and I'll do the Stormwind shuffle or the Skyrim shuffle. I'll run around with like a chicken with its head cut off and not really think about what I'm doing. I just talk. I'm doing things in the game, but I'm going nowhere. Mr. Resby says he used to do the Shurima shuffle with Azir on mid. Okay, that's a League of Legends reference. I'm quite sure of that. But what is the Shurima shuffle? I know that's probably going back and forth with something, but is that like an ability? Or an item? Just curious. Gordugoku says you missed the hole. That goes to Terrytown. I don't want to go, or the Terrytown mine. I don't want to go there. I want to go here. If I wanted to go to the abandoned mine, I would certainly have made that turn there. It's fine. I should have marked this with a pen. That would have helped people out. Mr. Rasby says, Terry Toronto, the music producer. Mr. Rasby says, Shurima is where Azir is from. He's the emperor from it. Half his voice lines are about Shurima. Okay. So it's yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Shurima shuffle. That sounds like the shawarma shuffle. Or it sounds like I could put shawarma in that. But I know that wouldn't be correct. Might as well grab this while I'm right here. Every little bit helps. Thank you, Gordugoku. Anything I can do to clear up confusion, though, I should probably be doing that. Especially for repeat watches or stuff like that. Or people are, watching the VOD. I should be using like visual tools to assist with that. And constantly near Mr. Resby says no effing wonder you get accused of cheating. Just had 2 insane headshots and then another deagle one. Nice. Maybe you're just good at it. Like being good at being perhaps elite at something, not even just good, but elite at something, should not constitute cheating. That would be like saying every business mogul ever just like cheats. Like, and that's all they do is cheat because they, own a lot of, they have money or whatever. Mr. Rasby says, you play 12 hours when you skip sleeping a day to fix your sleep. You have over 30 hours on this SV. Exactly. So you have a lot of built-in experience. Where's our splash fruit at? This shouldn't really take us too long. I need Octorok balloons anyway. Stop. I'll answer that question in 1 second, Gorda Goku. Riju, I could really use your ability to take care of things right now. Dang it. Thing is super annoying. And it sludges up the whole field, so you can't move easily during it. Come on, stop moving around all over the place. For a boss I've already killed too. Shrivel up and die, you windbag. Thank you, Gorda Goku. Let me catch up on Mr. Raspy's messages. And yours. Gorda Goku says, you're curious and you'll be as spoiled free as possible. Have you done the 3 Yiga clans in the mines? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. I know about the Merida. There's the... Oh, wait, mines very specifically. I know about the Merida headquarters. There's another Yiga clan headquarters. Where? I'm trying to remember. Hold on, I'll remember it in a moment. That's the Merida branch. If they're mines, I definitely have done them all. I'm just trying to remember where those are. Mr. Rasby says, you also played entire Deagle-only sessions and maps like 30 minutes of Deagle at a time and was dominating? Yeah, so you're really practiced at this. See, exactly. Mr. Rasby says, you headshot with the Deagle so well you would accuse yourself of cheating. Have you followed the statues, basically? Oh, these. No, not those. Oh, it would be these. Yeah, I've more or less followed the statues. Yeah, I have done that. I've also dealt with Master Koga as well. We definitely wouldn't have auto build without that. Let me move back to the depths here. Okay, I've done that one. Where the heck could some of these others be? Hold on. Let me Gordo Goku says, "Oh good, yes, that's what you meant. It's just hard to dance around it." Yeah, we've dealt with Master Koga already in totality. No worries about that. I need to find these brown circles. Ah, there's one right there. Mr. Raspy says, "Have you done with have you done with master I am a masturbator actually." You know, I can sling bait with the best of them. Only in video games, of course. Well, I had to do something to dress that up nicely. We can't be here, you know, talking about the Goonies town. We can't be doing that. Gotta PG-ify it. Yeah, hot coin tent, exactly. Oh, not you again. Come on. I should have remembered this was you. All right, you blighted mass, get out of here. You're gonna make me have to farm splash fruit. And weapons. No, not the yellow chew jelly. That's gonna get us in trouble while we're here. I see you pointing toward that. You jumped into that again? Yep, I was afraid of that. I have to farm splash fruit again. Sidon, I need. Where are you? Oh wait, does blue choo-choo jelly count? Yeah, I haven't tried that. I can try it. I guess it would be through here. I didn't know blue chew jelly had the power of water. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. What happened, Aelin? It sounds like something good happened. You got one? Nice. Well, you got an interested, like, date lineup, I assume. No. You've come in at a good time, Aelin. We are cleaning up some boss locations to get the chests contained within. Or did you mean a dog? I don't know. Thank you for the GGs. Nice. What do we get for all this? Dum da 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 da. All right. Now we just gotta sift through and find all the brown circles, and we can cover the rest. Just gonna take some time to do. And like all of the boss arenas have a very specific like a specific shape. So it's not just any old circle. We were already there. Aelin says no, like a chick liked you and you liked her, so you got one. Ah. Wait, didn't you have a BF though? Oh, well, I mean these days like polyamory is less of a big deal. Yes, that is a quintessential question that I'm glad Mr. Rasby is in fact asking. Gordy Goku says, of course it's stuff you don't need, unless you still use them, but your belt looked full. Oh, my belt, the belt is very full. That, I promise. There's no way I've gotten them all. There's one here that I've not gotten. Actually, two. One there, one there. I thought you said it earlier. I thought you said that months ago. You had like a breakup, and then you talked to like your ex's previous BF. Maybe I'm misremembering things. It just goes to show me what I prioritize. I guess I don't really prioritize relationships. Yeah, I don't. Aelin that was us planning an April Fool's. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Okay. So that was never a thing. That was an April Fool's. Got it. Understandable. Well, I'm glad you found someone new. That's good, Aelin. What? No. I don't want to be bothered with boss bokoblins. Ugh. Bad homies, bad dick. Yep. You're absolutely correct about that, good sir. Bad dick. What, you think that... Should I find a new word for that? The with phlegm is supposedly a very funny censor. I don't think I can pull off phlegming the bee with any kind of try whore, but that's so barefaced. I'm wanting to censor the word, not substitute it with a word that means the same thing. Plus, it's demeaning and degrading. Aelin says, so you were swearing at each other like you usually do, and you called her a vampire because she's pale as F, and she was like, but I'm your and you said you want to be? Oh no. At least you two were able to get a good laugh about it. Wait, I just went this way. We literally just did. Oh, no, I never went here. It's a place that opens up like that, though. Mr. Resby says, well, I thought you wanted clarity. The finest, and I do mean the finest, Riz. Gordy Goku says, maybe you know, maybe you don't. Will the squads and expeditions ever go away? You know they go on break, but they came back on your game. Sorry, long text. No worries. Gordy Goku, to answer your question, that might be a Radiant quest. But on the Map Genie map, there is only like one version of that quest. There is only one side adventure with those things on it. So if they keep asking you after that, I think that's probably just a repeatable quest with the reward being with the reward being something else. That, or like the kills. All right, Queen Gibdo. At least any element works. Mr. Esby says, you feel like you learned how to talk to women better. Thank you, Mr. Ayla. Yeah, I suppose, maybe. At least they were, like I said, it's about sharing the laugh. It's less about the language. Mr. Esby says, me asking a woman out. So you know a kebab place? I mean, I'm certainly glad gender relations are better, you know, around the world instead of, you know, here in the States. Here in the States, gender relations are in a complete dumpster fire. Ow. Burn, Queen Gibdo, burn. That's step one. Alan says kebabs are good. I enjoy a good kebab too. They are pretty good, yes. Frick. Well, I had killed enemies with explosions before, but this is for Alan. Over there. Where's the last one? Oh, and it closed up. There we go. All right, that's all four. Now I just need to deal with her continually spraying things at me. Mr. Espy says, people have great relationships across the world because you and your friends siphon all the rejection away so that others can be accepted.
Gee, this is uplifting.
That's very uplifting sarcasm, good sir. Full. Yep, those tornadoes are there. Wow, this is an amazing technique. Wait. There we go. An explosion to cap things off. Now, madam, give me another of your bodacious wings. I have weapons to adorn with them. And I hear they make great accessories. I'm bad at jokes. I'm better at punchlines, as I'm coming to find out. Sure, we can get rid of this and put on another Gibdo wing. Oh, it even you can even use it as a fan. That's pretty cool. Alan says doing the Lord's work. Apparently. Yeah, I guess if we're siphoning away the rejection, you know, the actual hot people can, you know, have some company. Okay, so we've done that one. It's fine. Did we do this one? I'm not sure if we've done that one. I can't believe we have 3,200 of these things. I really got to spend them down. We will kill this last boss, and then I think we'll call it good this episode. And then tomorrow we'll hopefully have all of the Addison signs on lock so that we can start to completely finish things off here. I am very much... I think 1 or 2 more episodes of doing side stuff ought to be sufficient until after we get ready to gear up toward the true end of the game. We've actually done a lot of work to clean out a lot of what this game has on offer. We still have to actually like show all the recipes, all the armor upgrades. We still have that, but all that grinding can be done off camera where you guys aren't being bored by it more than anything else. But I'm looking forward to showing you guys all of that. All of that gets to go into the video essay. Well, not every single drop of what was said goes in the video essay, but like having that stuff to show, it will be a good showcase, among other things. Welcome on in, Bro Red. Good to see you. You're coming, hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, the depths, right? Speaking of the depths, how familiar are you with the Tears of the Kingdom? If you don't mind my asking. It's a question I like to ask all my new audience members when they come in, as a chance to avoid spoilers. Why do you do this, Moblin? Stop. Fine. You wanted to die, you got your wish. It is Tears of the Kingdom, a game that you've beaten, played a certain number of hours of, kind of new to it. And thank you for the subscription, Bro Red. Much appreciated. I wish I could have notifications for that stuff, but Twitch yells if I have notifications for that sort of thing. So I'm lucky that I can quite honestly even be multi-streaming at all. But you've come in at a good time. We are just about to capstone the stream by defeating one of these underground bosses and hopefully get its treasure chest, assuming we haven't already beaten it. Even if I've defeated it, we're beating it because I want the capstone anyway. I wonder if a bomb works on these. I think so. Not really. It's got to be Unobo's power then. Why is that not working? You like this boss? Oh, it's usually everyone's least favorite, so that's kind of cool. Alan says, oh, you're better at punching than your friends. Nice. Oh, those are all fake rocks. I didn't actually hit the legs there. Okay. Ow. You went to the arcade and did the punching bag game? Nice. Nice. Did you win any cool prizes for it? Alan says, yeah, some wired earbuds that you needed? Nice. Nice, that's awesome. I'm glad you were able to get something out of that. It's one of them. I wonder if a bomb will get a real leg. Run. Easy. It's like fighting a Wario World boss. Gordy Goku says no bombs work on leg. Yeah, it's also a puzzle boss. Thank you for the GGs. Mr. Esby says you won a teddy bear for your GF. Oh. I mean, maybe, but no. Clear Alan is saying it was before that time, so... All right, what do I give up for this then? Maybe this? Or no, this one's better. No, this one's better. Okay. I don't want to give up the rare sludges is the problem. Maybe this one. There. A nice proper mount. No chest, but it was a good Alan says the check happened like an hour ago. Yeah, so you're describing two disparate points in time. That makes sense. Okay. Well, one thing I will do for sure, in addition to other stuff, is find out which of these repeat bosses I've not killed yet, and I'll make a special note to go do those tomorrow. Thank you guys so incredibly much for coming into the stream, and I do apologize for those that have come in toward the end of the stream. But I normally stream 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so about 4 hours. So if you want to catch me again, Bro Red, since you were a recent arrival, and you've subscribed, I highly recommend you come back tomorrow if you're at all able to. No worries if you can't. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Alan says bye Bich. Gordo Goku says thank you for today. No problem. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. My name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Thank you guys so much for following, subscribing. Mr. Esby says, Coin, are you sick? You notice it gets triggered each time you try to pronounce bich. No, I'm literally flemming the word on purpose is what I'm doing. No sickness here. But I think I get the sarcasm you were going for there. We will be back tomorrow. Again, tomorrow will be Addison signs and any extra cleanup we need to do. Then after that, because I will be out Friday, like I won't be streaming Friday, next Monday, we will continue on with story stuff. I think we've spent a good amount of time covering the optional stuff today or this week. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do, of course. Please check the where the social links are under the video player on Twitch and at the bottom of the description on YouTube. All of my hallowed halls are there. I would love to have you guys there. My Discord, my social feeds, and so on. I love this part of being a content creator. Gordo Goku says Monday. Okay, leave that one. Yeah, keep that open. No, absolutely, no problem, Gordo Goku. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime, of course. You know, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, bit the tongue. Goodbye.